Okay, so it should be preparing right now.
Let's see, Pokenomics.
Says we are live. Yeah, let's both try to pull it up and make sure the chat's working and everything.
Yeah, looks live to me.
Okay. Okay, I can see us.
All right. Okay, I can hear myself. I can hear you through it.
Great.
Cool.
All right, let me just make sure everything is all set up. Let's make sure that people can, if you guys can just let us know how the sound is and the visuals and everything.
All right, David Diaz, Wingle 90.
Get going.
You say booyah.
Do you recognize any of these names from your channel?
I am terrible at paying attention to people that talk in my chat. So
oh my gosh.
I am the laziest influencer in the world.
The laziest influencer of all time.
I know very few. So we'll see. Pokemon Classics seems like a familiar name. I don't know.
It rings a bell of some sort.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds good. Looks good.
Get a thumbnail for us going here.
Awesome.
So people will know that it's this channel.
I'll talk to chat. What's up, highly blessed? Not blessed, but blessed.
All right. All right, guys. So we should be good. You guys will let us know if the sound or if the visuals, the images aren't working. We're here with John today, Pokemon Radar, one of my good friends from the community.
Sorry, Pokemon Classics. I had him on my podcast. Oh, that's funny.
My God,
that's terrible.
That is terrible.
Hey guys.
I'm glad that embarrassing start has now been immortalized on it.
I am awful. Hey guys.
So a couple of things before we jump in. So as I was telling you, John, we do answer some Patreon questions in the beginning of every stream, just so that they can get their answers at the beginning, like they know where to look for them. I'm doing a new thing where I'm shouting out. I want to start shouting out some smaller creators. So the first one I want to do, their channel is called Burrito Brothers. Okay. I'll have a link in the description for people to check out after the video afterwards. I met their mom actually on Clubhouse. It's two kids who have started a YouTube channel. She came into one of the rooms on Clubhouse and it felt like it'd be a nice thing to do starting this series to if people can, it's kids running the channel. So please, people, be super upbeat and appropriate and not rude, but going over there, subscribing, watching a video, like leaving a positive comment would go a long way to, I think, encouraging them to keep going. I think it's awesome that there are kids obviously into Pokemon also. It's not just us like older adults. And so that's one thing. And then I guess we can just jump into the Patreon questions. So you're going to get a 2-for-1 today with both John and I answering. I will definitely answer. John, you can pass if you want to, whatever you feel like after the questions. Okay. So we have 4 questions today. And some pretty long ones. So let's hop into it. So the first one says, "Hey Jake, I hope it's not too late to ask a question for the live stream today." It was not. My question is, what is the worst conceivable scenario in terms of price retraces? I've heard some say that prices are never going to retrace back to 2019 prices. And I've heard others say that a retrace could potentially bring items back to 2015 prices. To make this more concrete, let's say, for example, EX Ruby Sapphire boxes are worth $10,000 right now. They were worth $4,000 in the late 2019 and $500 in 2015. If we enter a hardcore recession in the hobby, where do you think the floor is for an item like this? $7K, $4K, $500, $100. I'm genuinely curious to hear your thoughts. Thanks as always for the awesome content. Do you want to start on this?
Oh gosh. I mean, questions like this are very hard to answer. I mean, because obviously, first of all, we're not financial advisors in any way, shape, or form. And nobody.
If we were, we would have magical powers and we would know the answer for you.
Yeah. And we'd be very rich because we could either keep that information for ourselves or share it with everybody and get paid for it. There's really no telling. It could go either way, obviously, up, down, left, right. And specifically, I guess a box like EX Ruby Sapphire, given the numbers that were said in the question, I would find it highly unlikely that it would go back to that $500 range, no matter the severity of a downturn in the economy or in the Pokemon hobby. That is a very dramatic shift. So, I think a floor price, in my personal opinion, for an item like that could very easily be around that 4,000, or was it 6,000 or $4,000 range?
4,000 for the 2019 price. Yeah.
Yeah. I see that. I want to be shocked if an item like that went down there, and that's another era of boxes that we assume is scarce, based on the popularity of Pokemon, but it also hasn't. I feel like we haven't dragged out the people that have been holding on to cases or pallets or whatever of that era yet, if they do exist. So, I think a floor for that would be around that 2019 price of 3,000 to 4,000.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the way that I would think about it is like so we're all trying to make sense of why all these prices have gone up so much. Is it a lot of like new people in the hobby? Is it not that many new people in the hobby, but more that everyone in the hobby has like a lot more money to spend? And so I think that if you think that it's a lot of new people in the hobby driving it up, theoretically, a lot of those people might not be as sticky as most of the people who have been here the whole time. And so a certain portion of them could leave, right? And then we might go back to a similar type of supply and demand situation that we had before a lot of those people came. It's possible. So that would be one way it could retrace. Another way it could retrace is just if all of us who stay in the hobby, but we all suddenly get hit with like a recession where everyone's being a lot tighter with their money, not spending nearly as much, not willing to spend on items like this. There is probably a doomsday scenario where both of those things happen at once, where it could retrace lower than it was in 2019, because both a lot of the people who are here pushing up the price have left, and the people who are still here now, have just taken huge hits. They're afraid and fear buying Pokemon cards. They don't want to put any more money into it, and so you actually see it retracing further from there. I think those types of items are probably pretty safe, just because they are so rare. Like there's a whole host of other items I would expect, including just like PSA cards and raw cards from those vintage sets, not to mention like modern cards and modern booster boxes that I would expect to see those retraces first before we would get to items like that, even though those items are a really high price. But yeah, I think the other thing to think about here is how much of those new prices are just sort of that speculative, like people are only buying at these new higher prices to continue to make money. And if that stops, how much does it retrace back to like the collector interest in those boxes?
I mean, with boxes specifically, the exponential growth of breaks, that's just going to continue going up. But you mentioned that the doomsday scenario of everything going wrong at the right time. I mean, we saw the opposite of that, where everything went right at the right time. So that very, very easily could happen. I mean, stimulus, pandemic, online shopping, collectibles, logo, like everything happened within a 3-month period, and that's a big reason why it blew up. So very easily could happen the opposite direction.
I think at around those like $4,000 prices, like I felt that the 2019 prices were quite a bit undervalued, and that people were a bit pessimistic and that prices hadn't moved in a long time. So I do think, like, I feel very good about those prices as a floor, just as you said, just because it felt very collector focused and that people were not buying at those prices thinking they were going to double, triple their money. I'm more worried about the people who have been buying at the higher prices thinking that they're going to double and triple their money than I was at the people buying at those prices. Mm-hmm. So that's why I think the floor is probably around there, or like a realistic, reasonable floor.
And yeah, like you said as well, there's a lot more money in the hobby now.
Yeah.
For people that have been here for a long time, and for someone like me, having price points on this stuff is higher than that 2019 price range. So if they do dip, I'm buying them all. That people are hopefully ready for that. And that's something that I'm looking out for is potential dips, so I can buy those items if they ever get to a certain point.
Yeah, and at $4,000, the market cap on an item like that is not going to be that high unless there are 50,000 of those boxes, which would be shocking. It would really take a lot of silent, huge collectors. Anything is possible, I think. But if we think that there are, 10,000 of those boxes, 5,000, even it could be as low as 1,000 of those boxes, maybe, then we start thinking like the market cap really isn't that high. And you could have a few people with a few $1 million buying them all up at that $4,000 price. And I think there'd be a number of people who would be excited to buy at those prices. And frankly, buy on the way down the whole way. So I just don't see it. I don't see it collapsing anytime soon. I think we would need like 5 years of like bearish, like it would have to happen. Like we might see a pretty big retrace at some point where it's going to stabilize. And then we might see like a slow decrease if Pokemon, it kind of doesn't become sort of less popular over the next 4 to 5 years. Then we may see a resurgence or something happen. So there are going to be definitely forces that are pushing these prices up, pushing these prices down. But to get those booster boxes to $500 again, I don't think that'll ever happen, because I think there's literally at that price, the market cap is so low on a box like that you might have one person just buy every single one, or try to buy every single one that are around this.
I mean, if there was 100 available at 1,000, I would buy them all. So it's not going to I won't let it get there.
Yeah, exactly. And there are plenty of people who have a lot more money than us, who have $1 million to put into an opportunity like that, let alone a few 100,000,
right?
Which might be more where we're at comfortably without risking my.
If I ever decide to sell stuff at a faster pace, I'm starting to hold things again, so it's getting rough here.
Okay. So great question for sure. And I think speaking more broadly beyond that box, we sort of answered it too, just with this idea that there are going to be some items that, I think thinking about market cap is really important. And there are certain items that have really huge market caps, and those items are going to have more of a chance of retracing than some of these vintage items that, even though the prices are high, because there aren't that many of them, the market cap isn't as high. And so it can be easily swallowed up. I think we might be having some internet issues.
I think that was on my end.
It's on your end. Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, but I can't see you. It's all frozen.
All right. Well, as long as chat can hear me, I think we're okay. As long as your video it'll pick back up.
Okay. So people can let us know if it's unbearable, and we can restart it.
Please do.
All right. All right. Next question. Do you think my basic strategy is something that will stand the test of time, i.e. buying at current prices despite the short-term price swings? So that's the strategy. So buying at whatever the current prices are despite the price swings. I completely see the market taking a huge downturn in the next 6 to 18 months, mainly for anything that is not PSA 10 or ultra scarce. I don't mind buying these Masaki promos currently, even though I can see them taking a price hit in the next 1 to 3 years. So one example is like a Masaki card that he thinks will take a hit, but maybe not as much. I don't think most people understand how many more kids are being born into Pokemon in the last decade, Once these kids grow up and have disposable income, I completely see the oversupply of vintage graded cards in the 2020 to 2023 era getting eaten up, looking from 2030 onwards. My genuine opinion is Pokemon is now too big to fail. I think the vintage market will continue to trend upwards, even if the TCG dies off, or Pokemon/Nintendo stop printing or discontinue Pokemon. This would be an amazing discussion, and I look forward to putting this topic as a question for you guys. So it looks like the question is, and what they're talking about here is, instead of trying to time the market, I think that what this person is saying, they're just kind of buying at whatever the price is right now, thinking that in the long run, they're going to be okay, as long as they're buying fairly rare stuff, and that it's less about timing these like 20 to 30% upswings. And it's going to be more about like time in the market rather than trying to do the impossible or do the very difficult, to say the least, and time, should I buy this week or should I buy next week or this month or next month?
Well, I think that's the traditional investment strategy that Warren Buffett and they all take. And as long as you're emotionally and financially capable of buying and holding, then I think that's a great strategy. But that's just a tough thing to do. Buy this stuff, not pay attention to the up and down swings over the course of whatever time, because it's going to be very well known when or if Pokemon starts to take a dive and you start to freak out, or if it explodes and you decide to jump on that and start selling. So I think that's a fine strategy, as long as you are buying what you think has value 20 years down the road. But yeah, that's an emotional thing to deal with.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's a good way of thinking about things, which is that I believe in this long term, and I'm going to buy it at some point, and I don't know if today or in the next few months is the best time to buy. So I'm just going to kind of slowly buy, maybe when things come up a little bit under market, or I can buy a bunch of them at once and get a slightly good deal. That's the type of stuff that I would try and do. So I do think this Pokemon is too big to fail thing. The too big to fail argument does not apply to any collectibles, because what too big to fail really means is that the government will bail anything out. So, and that really makes something too big to fail. It's like literally the US economy will fall apart if some of these financial institutions don't get bailed out by the government. So the government will let Pokemon fail and will let no one be interested in Pokemon, and will let these collectibles be worth almost nothing if there's a panic. So we shouldn't, I think, confuse the risk in all collectibles versus the risk in like a huge financial institution that's cemented into like the American economy and the fabric of America. I would rather bet on America than bet on Pokemon's popularity personally, although America could be real too. I mean, you never know.
I mean, right now, I think that's a risky bet, but
yeah, maybe we should put our money on Pokemon as surviving. Yeah, that's funny.
Honestly, I mean, will the Japan government let Pokemon fail? Will they bail them out? So it's that's a tough one. It all comes down to like the work that you want to take in on this as well. Are you going to want to sell this stuff in 20 years, or are you going to end up just sitting on it forever and not utilizing the gains or whatever, and just give it to your kids or give it to whoever? So I mean, I think there's a certain point for the higher end cards where they can be too big to fail, but in a gray area of legality sense, because certain people will be just using that money to move things around in a different way. Which I think is very true in other high-end collectibles that we don't actually know or hear about, but I just make assumptions on those types of things. And it's just when it comes down to very few tight-knit, high net worth individuals that are moving certain cards around, those might be too big to fail. But
there may be, but there also could be a situation where those items become extremely illiquid because nobody wants them. and there aren't even wealthy people who want them. Right now there are wealthy people and celebrities and all sorts of things in the Pokemon game and interested in Pokemon. That may not always be the case. I think if I had to put my money on something, I would say that there will be always some interest. And when I think about what's happened with comic books, where it's a lot of those high value items got crushed and went down a lot, and people lost like $500,000 in net worth or $600,000 in net worth, and now they're at all time highs again right now. So that's something that can happen too. Is cycles, is things going up and down. No one really knows the psychology of. The problem is so much of this is just the psychology and the emotions of, do people actually want these things? And it's not a company that's creating something that we need to live. And so that is the danger of investing in collectibles, is you are investing in people wanting these things and continuing to want these things at higher and higher values, and enough people wanting them that we all sort of like agree that like these are store value. It's the same as art, like the high-end art market. It's very similar to that. Versus buying a company that you feel like has a business model and is selling a product that we are going to want always. And so there's something, they actually make money at the company, and that's reflected somewhat in their stock price. For real estate, where people need a place to live, like these types of things where it's not really about people's feelings as much as it is like you need shelter and food and
yeah, people are chasing status symbols, I think, and headlines. They want to, yeah.
So there's risk there, but I think that there's somewhat minimal risk as long as people are always interested in chasing status symbols, right? And as long as there are enough rich people who are chasing this status symbol, then it won't ever be an issue. And I think that that's probably likely and worth some risk, but I wouldn't put all your eggs. We're not financial advisors, but
if social media dies, then that will die. So once Facebook goes under and Snapchat and whatever, then be scared. So pay attention to those markets.
But yeah, so I guess our answer is that we on both of these things is we think that there's reasons to be bullish in the long run, even if there are, and understanding that there are risks as well. And that certainly, as both people talked about here, like rarity, right? It's all supply and demand at the end of the day. So rarity is going to be that supply side. The demand is that harder to predict side. But as Pokemon collectors, as people who talk to people, you can get a sense of like, what do people like? What do people like over the years? What remains relevant to people? That sort of thing.
Yeah, if you're going to treat it as an investment, take your emotions out of it. That's how it's got to be done.
Yes. And the selling aspect, we really got to take our emotions out of it.
Yeah.
All right. Next question. Given PSA closures, I'm anticipating CGC and other grading services closing their bulk submissions, possibly in the coming few weeks. And it's my opinion that right now is currently the cheapest we will ever be able to get our bulk graded at, with prices and turnaround times increasing for good permanently. I have about 700 packed fresh mint base set common, uncommon, and non-holo rare cards.
Is this gotta catch them all? Is this Dan?
Yeah, for real. Including a full set of fourth print cards and some first edition Gym and Rocket commons. These cards owe me nothing, and I don't want to sell them raw, as I believe all cards will grade between an 8.5 and a 10. So pretty strong grades. I plan to send these to CGC bulk service. The total cost, including shipping, import tax, and subgrades, comes to $24 Australian a card. I can only imagine each card, once graded, will fetch me at least this price in the 2 to 5 year horizon. However, I anticipate sales being very slow if I keep the for sale price at around $50 to $75 or best offer and not fire sell them all off. What are your thoughts on this method of bulk grading? And do you see any real risk of putting an additional $24 into each of these mint common cards, given I'm happy having about $12,000 capital tied up in them? Do you believe there's enough people doing a similar thing that graded commons will drop below the price to grade the card? Phenomenal question. Just the fact that you're thinking about all this stuff shows us that you understand the pros and the cons, is what I would say. What's your immediate reaction, John, to this?
That $50 for a common uncommon card is way too much to grade. At $25 is way too much to grade a common uncommon card.
So it looks like his price is $24 Australian a card to grade.
So what's that in US?
I don't know, 20-ish, maybe a little less, 18, something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm stuck in the price sensitivity of my time, and I got out every single card possible to PSA, CGC, Beckett. I knew they were going to shut down a few months prior, and I just got everything out. So, I mean, even at the prices I'm paying of $10 a card or whatever it is, it's still astounding to me that people are paying $25, $30 for a 50-cent card, 20-cent card, just because it got graded. But, over time, with inflation and the increased popularity of collectibles and graded Pokemon cards, in the short term, at least, with everybody being shut down, PSA raising their prices, it just seems like a no-brainer that people are going to keep paying higher prices than what they're paying to get it graded. So unfortunately, I think it's a great move for the near term. I just have no idea what's going to happen in the next 2 to 5 years or whatever time frame he was looking at. Yeah. If he had these coming back to him in the process already, I think he'd be in a great position. But right now, it's a huge gamble, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a gamble to this. I do think we're going to see more, as long as card stores end up staying open, and maybe more card stores open up with this increase in demand. I do think we're going to see more card stores carrying exactly these types of slabs. Whereas before they were selling a lot of like ungraded cards. I think they're going to be selling a lot of these graded cards, and I think they're going to be looking to get like $100 for a lot of them. But definitely very risky. You're putting a lot of money into this. It takes a lot of time and effort to sell all of these cards, unless you're going to try to sell them in bigger bulk lots, and then you're probably going to have to take less money for them. So it's a rather than buying like one big card and then flipping it for $1,000 it very quickly. This is like to make a few $1,000s a lot of work. I do think at $24 Australian, if you send, so I'm imagining it's based on unlimited and not based at first edition. I think based at first edition, 8.5s to 10s, you're good. I think sending those in for sure. Yeah. I think that sending in, probably if it's unlimited base set, I would send in maybe just the rares and the starters. And only if you think it's really going to get a 9 and a 10. But I'm a little risk averse. You also have to be aware that things like some of these cards came in these theme decks, and so there are a lot more of them when you deal with unlimited. So doing your research and understanding, like, there are a lot of Charmanders, these types of things. A lot of mint ones, a lot of mint ones. We have friends who have just tons of these, and they're not really sure what to do with them. A lot of them have already been sending them off, and they still have a lot more. I have a lot.
I still haven't paid attention to the pop reports to see if they're just like multiplying by 2, 3, 4 every couple months.
Well, I certainly can check right now. Might as well.
Yeah, it's
what we're looking at here.
I mean, this was part of the whole, I guess, harmonic convergence of all the good things happening with Pokemon, was the backups and shutdowns of PSA to increase price by essentially creating a short supply, because they weren't able to get enough graded cards out there for the new demand. So, again, I'm curious to see if the shutdown creates a bigger flush of cards coming out and being on the market because they're able to focus more time on grading, or if it keeps on pushing people to think that there's not enough graded cards out on the market and they need to buy, or it's tough.
Yeah. So we've had about 100 new unlimited PSA 10 Charmanders in the last 3 months, and it's definitely starting to uptick. most things are starting to uptick that aren't actually that rare right now. When I look at all of these pop reports, commons, uncommons, even some hollows, particularly PSA 9s. I'm really seeing taking that of cards like in the Team Rocket set, Fossil Jungle, some of the less rare first edition hollows. We're going to see that with Unlimited too in those sets for sure.
But it's still relatively low, right? I mean, they're a couple thousand in total.
For what? For the Charmander?
Yeah.
So Charmander, Unlimited Charmander only has 654 right now because there was no incentive to ever grade the card.
Right. I mean, I think there's 4,000 to 5,000 people that would love to own a PSA 10 Unlimited Charmander.
Yeah.
I think that stuff is fine. It's just a matter of figuring out where the price falls. But I mean, CGC, they already moved their lead time like to 140 some days, what I saw. Beckett, no one knows what's going on there. So I don't know if they'll shut down. I think CGC's on top of their game hiring people. I don't know what their space is like, but
it's so hard to anticipate or even speculate in any sort of accurate way what these pop reports are going to look like for a card like this in a year or 2 years or 5 years. I will say that these cards will be graded for the next 40 years if there's money to be made. Like, as long as there's money to be made, more of these cards will be graded over time and opened up. Whereas, like I was looking at, I just did a video on like Aquapolis, Skyridge, and Expedition, which I had a collection video. So I was looking at the pop reports a little bit, and a lot of the pop reports have gone up 0 in the last year and a half in terms of new PSA 10s. So there's quite a difference between what's happening in some of these sets where we're going to see thousands of new cards of this card hit the market, and then you're going to see like no or almost no cards of other cards hit the market. And I think that because we've had so little supply back, the market hasn't had a chance to test what that's going to feel like and be like, and how it's going to affect prices, whether it's going to crash the cards where there are thousands and thousands more being graded and hitting, or are some of these cards that they've stopped coming on the market or new ones, are people going to start talking about those more, realize them, and are those going to shoot up in price? We don't really know. I think the other points that this guy's making about, as you were touching on, will CGC close? And also, will prices ever be cheaper than they are right now to grade bulk again, are excellent questions. I don't know the answer to that. I wouldn't be very confident that prices are never going to be lower than they are right now. I do think it's possible they could be. It's also possible that they won't be ever lower. So I imagine those deals. Like, what I think is they may never lower the standard prices, but they're going to come back with those, quarterly special, other sorts of things where you're going to be able to send them for cheaper. That would be my guess on how they would bridge that. But what do you think?
Yeah. Got to catch them all. Asked that question. I recorded with Gary yesterday, our podcast, our Q&A podcast. And he asked if we think that the $50 will end up being like the lowest gradable tier. And it would be awful if that happened. I think if we start to get to that price point, I just can't imagine what's going to happen to these lower tier cards that are being graded, these unlimited base set, unlimited commons, uncommons all over, because they either have to go up in price to where it makes sense to continue grading them, or whatever's graded is going to be stuck forever. And yeah, I just don't see PSA not lowering the price back down on bulk submissions, like you said, whether it's with quarterly specials. But $20 on a bulk price seems a bit egregious to me. It's a bit much, and I hope they are able to bring it down to 15, maybe closer to 10 again. But who knows?
Yeah. So I guess our thoughts are, to summarize it, is we don't know. We don't know exactly what you should do. If it was me, I'll tell you what I would do. If it was me, I would grade the extremely minty gem looking rares and the starters only if I really thought it was going to get a 10 or had a really good chance at 10 for that price. Otherwise, I'd probably just hold. I might put together sets and actually sell them raw right now. You might actually make a lot of money raw because I think there are a lot of other people who are buying those types of sets, trying to grade them. I think I'd rather take that money, get it right now, be able to take that money and invest it into something that I actually think is easier to deal with. You know, I try to deal on sort of the higher end stuff, that the less hype, the stuff that people don't talk about, where I can make those like really quick, nice 40, 30% margins instead of dealing with a huge headache, which is 700 unlimited base set cards that I need to like sell. And if they're from CGC, I'm going to be getting a lot of like 8.5s. And does anyone want that? You know, that type of thing.
Yeah. I mean, unless you're running a business and need those daily sellers of $30, $35.
Absolutely.
And make that smaller margin, then, you know, go for it. But yeah,
it's a great point.
Yeah, I'm in that boat too, where I've just found a lot better use of my time doing the higher end cards and bigger deals.
Yeah, I mean, those types of, as I was saying in the beginning, like those types of slabs, if you own a store or a business, or you need that inventory and have an audience, or those are great cards to, or frankly, a lot of these streaming channels that are selling cards to their audience, or auctioning off cards to their audience, that type of thing. Those types of slabs are, people like them, and they tend to go for like 40, 50, 60, $70, depending on, you know, even if I think that's crazy, they do sell for that. At least right at this moment, in some of these auctions. So yeah, I think we probably covered that
cool
pretty well. Okay, last question, and then we'll get to you guys' questions in the chat. I'm sure there are a bunch waiting for us. And maybe we'll also just like hang out and talk for a second, catch up.
Well, yeah. We need to do that, because I don't think anyone's talked about asking any Dragon Ball Z questions yet. So,
oh, guys, we're only talking about DBZ after this. So start asking your Dragon Ball Z questions, and we're gonna start opening John's like most expensive product right after this. So. All right. Last question is, how rare are vending series cards? I picked up a few unpeeled sheets because I wanted good condition copies for a binder, as I think the art from this series really stands out compared to other sets and eras. It felt like unpeeled sheets were pretty available on eBay.
Here's 200. I know somebody that has, I know multiple people that have thousands. But I mean, realistically, that's not that many people. So they were very widely available promos back in the day. I've definitely seen the availability over in Japan dwindle pretty quickly over the past year or two, because those few people have bought the majority of them. So yeah, there's a lot of them, but they're also very hard to get in tens. I've peeled hundreds myself, and the centering's a problem. And but yeah, there's a lot.
What would you say your percentage of tens has been, if you had to put a percentage on it?
Okay, so I've only done CGC with my vending series, because I wanted them back quick. So I mean, I did pretty well gem mint wise. I ended up with like 4 pristines, 5 pristines, but gem mint, I'm trying to think, it was probably close to 40%.
Okay.
And those transferring over the PSA, I would say of that 40%, probably a healthy 75 of that. So whatever that math equals. Again, just because of centering, and I think PSA would, I mean, they're kind of random in my opinion on what they do, but yeah.
But often these days, CGC 9.5s have a better than 50-50 chance to get that PSA 10.
Yeah. From what
that's how it feels to me too. But again, it's so early. Yeah, but that's how it feels to me as well.
Most toxic podcast. Get out of here. Sorry. I'm reading the comments.
Hey. People are ridiculous, man.
I think it's my fault. What are your thoughts on vending?
Yeah, very similar thoughts, just that I do think that the people who have a lot have bought them, a number of them, as an investment to basically sell them slowly, grade them slowly, sell them slowly. I do think they'll be savvy with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're going to flood the market or mishandle it. I think the one good thing is that when it's your actual like Pokemon card businesses and people who've been in the game a long time who buy up a lot of the product, they aren't going to do things that are going to tank the market. Unlike, to put it bluntly, the guys who are keeping tons of product in their who just got into it for the last 6 months and have tons of product in their room or closets. Like, that's where you have to be a little more worried about those guys. And for every individual out there are probably a lot of you guys who are extremely savvy, but overall, it's going to be a less savvy group.
Yeah.
and they may, and I see these listings on eBay where people are listing like 5 or 6 or 10 of the same item. And it's like, you are literally psychologically signaling to the people buying that item that it's not rare and that they don't need to, whereas these guys, they put out one vending series card at a time, and very calculated. They want it to appear like it's fairly rare. I think the pluses of vending is that they're great. This hand-drawn art, they're really cool. More and more people are discovering them. And I think the vast majority of people who discover them like them, people who actually like vintage cards. So I think they'll do well over time. I think the 10 certainly have value. Some of them are certainly cooler arts than others. Some of them are more popular Pokemon than others. So it's sort of just the usual stuff.
Yeah, it's all unique art too. And
yeah.
So you can't get it anywhere
outside
else.
of like the red. Well, they have decks and different things with the art, but but those are really all part of the same thing. You're not going to be getting the art in English, and you're not going to be getting the art in a newer, era so far. They didn't like reprint it in multiple eras, that sort of thing. And then I love the Misaki cards, which really are part of that series in my mind and part of that era.
I think so my 2 boxes are series 3, which are series 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And I believe that's the series that has all the cards that you send in.
The Bills PC and
it doesn't have the Bills PC. It has.
Oh, that's the one that doesn't have it.
Right. It has the Kadabras, the Kadabras, the Haunters, the Machoke, the Ammonite or Ammonite, and what's the other one?
I'm sorry. I blanked out on
but
you listed.
Yeah. I think it's got all of them. So that is a cool aspect.
Gengar, Alakazam, Ammonite, and
the Golem. So Graveler. Yeah, it has a Graveler as well. Yeah. And then of course Series 3 has the Uyama's Pikachu, which is probably the most expensive vending series card.
Yeah, that's expensive. The birds are expensive. The Mewtwo's are expensive.
This one has Mewtwo as well.
Yeah.
And Scyther. Yeah, Series 3 is, I think, the strongest out of the...
So, do you remember... So, I always get this wrong, and I always forget, and then someone tells me, and then I forget again. But how did you get the Misaki? It was... Nate was explaining this to me. It's Bill's PC. You needed that card. You needed Bill's PC, and you needed another card as well?
Yeah, I think you had to send in the Kadabra to get the Alakazam. You had to send in the Graveler to get the Golem.
I think you also needed to send in Bill's PC and another card too. I think there were like a few things you had to send in. I don't know. I'm sure someone in the chat.
There was probably a magazine fill out form, and then the Bill's PC and one of the cards.
Yeah,
that's what I believe.
I need to look it up because I'm interested and I always forget. Okay, so I think I think we answered that question. And you touched on which series. Do you think any of the series are rarer than the other ones, John? Any sense? I have no idea.
I mean, I've only seen like sealed boxes of Series 3. So 1 and 2 just haven't popped up from what I've seen. I'm not sure. I'd say it's pretty similar all the way through, at least from the past. Recently, Series 3 has been more widely available just because I think I know someone found 2 cases and has been selling it slowly.
Yeah, I have mostly Series 3 myself. Like I have most of the set in 10 from Series 3 where I'm missing the other series. The other series were always harder to find for me. But I'm not sure exactly why. That also can be because like one Japanese seller, because nobody was buying these cards at all, or almost no one. It could be the type of thing where like Tsunagu, or like one of these Japanese sellers that has some of the product, grades and then sends to PWCC, only had that one, even though other Japanese sellers have a lot more, but didn't grade and send it to PWCC, because that's where I was buying those mostly.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not familiar with the distribution time frame of each series, each set. So
Yeah, I'm not either.
Maybe 1 and 2 were just shorter because they came after each other. That 3 didn't have one after it, and maybe it just kind of extended, and it had that. I'm pretty sure Series 3 was the set that involved the promo for the Misaki promos.
Yeah.
So maybe it was just more widely available for that increased popularity.
Yeah.
That would make sense. I don't know. That just makes sense to me talking that out.
Yeah. If anyone has more info than us, please feel free to share it in the chat to help people out. All right. Okay. So hopefully all that was pretty helpful and gave at least some good overviews. So what's going on with you, man?
I've been just incredibly busy. I'm sure you've noticed I haven't been putting out my podcast like at all.
Yeah.
I was supposed to do this with you last week, and I bailed on you at like the last minute. But not Pokemon Radar, but John got hired by Whatnot, the app. They're the live auction app that people have been seeing. I'm sure you've seen it on my Instagram. So I'm doing full-time job again with them, helping them with brand development, partnerships, big events, stuff like that. So that's where all my time has gone. I was in LA for 2 weeks with them. I'm going back there for like a month and a half in a couple weeks to work with them. So that's kind of taken over my life. I'm still doing a lot of the big trophy deals on the back end, which is fun. I actually just posted this for sale. It's PSA 10 Charizard.
I need that card.
Let me know. And
I'll trade you these.
You had them ready. I've still been slowly picking up Dragon Ball Z.
Maybe we can put in the
Oh man, I still haven't set mine to get graded. I think I have it all right here. I got it prepped as well because I knew we were going to talk about it. But
yeah,
all of my ultra rares.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So many. Oh, I can't wait. I got to open something.
Sorry, yeah.
I went in a little deep on this stuff, but I'm happy. It makes me happier than
I'm sending in a couple of these guys.
Oh, some of the new the paninis.
Some of the ultra rares. I don't know. They both look like a black label. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay.
And they're not the easiest thing. They're definitely easier to get than for those who don't know, like the scorecards, they're like no PSA 10s or like one PSA 10 ultra rare, of any of the ultra rares. They're just like impossible to
whatever printer that score used, they were trash. It was worse than Fossil, worse than Jungle.
Much worse.
Terrible.
Yeah.
They're terrible. Like I'll open up a pack. I'll open up a pack or something and we'll see how terrible the condition is.
Yeah, we're talking about like evolutions.
Yeah.
Quality. Which seems to be the worst quality in all of Pokemon.
But yeah, man, I've just been, that's really it. I've just been taking on new things. I've been finally getting out of the house, and I got vaccinated, so I'm traveling more. I went to Dubai. I've been all over the place now doing these trades. So I'm definitely in that position where I'm slowing down on the Pokemon side of things and the collectible things as a whole, and getting back into normal life, which I know we've all talked about being a potential reason for this stuff to slow down even more. So yeah, I mean, it's true for me. I'm definitely trying to enjoy life again and hang out with friends, go outside and get away from all this a little bit, because it's consumed my life for the past 6 years and deeply for the past year because of the pandemic. So
yeah.
Yeah. What about you, man? What have you been up to?
Mainly working. Definitely trying to build the channel a little bit. We've tried to make some improvements. In terms of like buying and selling cards, I've been selling some cards a little bit more than I was, particularly of certain generations that have really spiked in value. And I've also started like looking and maybe buying a little bit here and there, but mostly I'm buying DBZ. I'm still looking for just like mint, now limited, mostly limited cards. Um, you know, and Metazoo.
I wish I had it so we could open it together, but
And we were
it's,
thinking. I see that Michael's in the chat. Metazoo Games is here.
oh,
Uh,
is he?
yeah, I just saw. And Squeak. So we all hash it out while we're all here together.
Bringing everybody together. That's
Bring
what you
it all
do.
together. Yeah. Um. But yeah. So I'm slowing a bit down on the Dragon Ball Z. I'm just trying to finish. I'm mostly finished with the binders now of all the ultra rares and personality cards. I'm missing just like a couple. So, but yeah, mainly just very busy. My girlfriend and I are just trying to like uh keep sane during this, and we went out and hung out with friends today, which was really nice, and we want to do more of that. She's not vaccinated yet, but is going to get vaccinated hopefully in the next few weeks. So I'm really looking forward to and want to go to card like card shows this next year.
Yeah.
Which I've never been to before, never done. And I think that
Yeah.
I'll absolutely love them. So
Yeah, I
if they
think
do a booth,
that's
I might just go hang out. I'm not sure.
yeah, they're gonna be pretty big. And I've been talking to Gary about the next Collecticon, and I mean, obviously the next Worlds for Pokemon, whenever that happens, it's gonna be insane. I think, especially with everybody making so much money in Pokemon, where everybody's going to go to London now because it's not going to matter how much it costs, or at least that's what it seems like. But yeah, I mean that's the one saving grace, I think, from the whole idea of people giving up on this and wanting to get back with their normal lives. I think they're also very excited to meet with all these new people that they've met online and talked with and bought from and sold to, finally meet each other in person, do trades in person, open cards, open packs together, and create these memories that we've, because that's something I've always talked about is the first time I went to Pokemon Worlds and actually met people. It was life-changing, essentially, for my Pokemon collecting hobby. Like that was the moment where I was like, all right, this is sweet. I'm going to go in deeper. So this type of thing can really increase the motivation behind people's collecting goals and business goals and make it even bigger.
Yeah, on the financial side, it's definitely networking is key, and just having those relationships to do business. And then it's just also like it just makes it so fun to do things with friends. It's just so much better to like make money with friends and hang out with friends and run a business with friends, and than it is to kind of do it yourself all the time and be in just that competitive state. So I think that's been cool meeting. I've met so many people, and you doing that podcast and me doing my like collector chats and interviews. I just got to meet like 15 to 20 people this year that I had only briefly some of them briefly talked to before, some hadn't talked to at all. So great.
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't even met Squeaks in person. I can't wait to drive down there and go
Really?
say what's up.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited for all this stuff to pick up. And I mean, I think I'll be working these events now that I'm doing this thing with Whatnot, but hopefully I could share.
What's Squeak's address? We can all go ahead. What state does Squeaks live in?
Squeaks is in Indiana.
Indiana, okay.
Yeah, and I'm up in Michigan, so we're close.
That's not too far.
Yeah, just one state over. We might have to start our own Northeast Collecticon type thing. you, Squeaks, PokeRev, get everybody to blow it up.
That'd be fun.
But yeah, man, no, that's good. It's been a wild ride, and I am overwhelmed, but I'm also excited to be a part of all this still. So we'll keep it going.
Absolutely. So we probably have like 100 questions in this chat.
Yeah.
Do you want to start from the beginning and go through some, or should we just start at the bottom? What do you think?
Let's start at the top. Hopefully it doesn't like reset if I scroll up. Hopefully it stays there. Yeah. All right. I mean, we've got, how long do you do this? We do this until like 5, 6, however long you want to go.
Yeah, we can go a while.
Until your girlfriend gets mad at you.
Yeah, usually. I try to cut it at 5 often, but we can go a little bit longer today. We can just hang out and see where we get.
All right, cool. Let's do this thing.
I'm usually in such a rush to get through them all. It's like so exhausting. It'd be so much nicer to just like take my time, you know?
Yeah. I got all the time in the world today, man. So,
let's hang out and answer some questions.
Yeah. Let's see. It'll be the top here. The old car chop. What's up, guys? We just answered that. Josh Harris says at Jody. Wait, who are these people? He's talking to someone else. That's not a question for us. Do you see a question? I'm just trying to read these comments.
It looks like Joshua Epstein says, question for you both. What are your feelings on the signed cards markets in the short and long term, considering Sugimori hasn't done a signing for years, as an example?
I think the signed market will always be niche within Pokemon. It's completely different, in my opinion, than the sports world because it's not attached to a specific person. It's a drawing that they did. So just to me, I think it will always be niche and it'll have its place. But there's a lot of information out there that people don't know about the signed market. Like there's a lot more cards than people think are out there. There's a lot of Sugimoris. There's a ton of Aritas. And this whole narrative that Sugimori hasn't done a signing in forever and won't ever do another one may or may not be true, but when he was doing them, he signed a lot of cards and they're out there. Swolpoke is the one that's been buying them all. But it's a very
using that
niche.
Harry Potter money.
It's a very niche thing. So I think it'll be fine. It's a cool aspect of the Pokemon card game, but I don't think it'll, like we see these $50,000 Sugimoris on eBay. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean it's so hard to price something like that. I think, to your first point, the two big differences in sports, one which you nailed, is that it's not the artist's depiction on the card versus sports. It's the actual player's depiction. And two, that in sports they have autographed cards as part of the set. It's part of the set, and they have them numbered as part of it, so it's authenticated. You don't have to worry about it being fake, and it has that sort of collector. They are the chase cards.
Yeah.
These autographed patch cards are the actual chase cards. Unlike in our world where we have chase cards and then you could get the chase card signed, and does that increase the value of the chase card? Or if you sign like a really cheap 50-cent card, like how much is the signature worth versus how much is the card worth? And do I sign it on the card or on the case? Or, there's a lot of questions in all of that. I do think that if Pokemon decides to ever do signed cards as part of in packs and tries to incorporate their artists more that way, which I wouldn't be shocked if they eventually did, as more and more adults get interested, and there may be multiple generations where they have. I think it'd be really cool if they, and I know you've talked about this, right? They partner with Topps, which has now gone public, crazy.
Yeah.
They partner with Topps and they do like a Pokemon signed,
I want that. Yeah. 1-of-1 Charizards, printing plates, all that stuff. It would be so cool.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd probably be terrible for Pokemon, but it'd be so cool for us.
I'm not sure. I do know one of the main concerns is that just the whole distributor thing, and that it's the same issue with the first edition, is like, how is that going to get out in a fair way? And are people going to like hoard those? And is there going to be lots of like market manipulation and all sorts of issues? But I would wonder if there's a way they can do it where it can actually make some product a lot more affordable and more for the playable side, and then some product that's clearly more for the high end collector side, and where it actually is a win. It's, you know, because like the modern stuff today is not meant to be this valuable. Pokemon is not intending these modern cards to be so expensive. They're intending these cards to get into people's hands and to people to be able to go to Walmart and always get them. Right. So I think, you know, expanding that and having those more collector chase cards, it will take attention away from their regular releases.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Might not be a bad thing. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, as long as it's completely separate, because we look at Magic and how they did their collector sets. They just tied it in with the actual set and made their own new rarities, new sets for it. And from what I know, it was unsuccessful and terrible for Magic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think if they're able to do that completely separate with a tops like set, that would be the right way, or at least I would think.
I think that'd be cool. You know, from a business perspective, it's extremely unlikely that they're going to do that until something starts to break. So, you know, while things are better than ever, they're not over there thinking, you know what we need to do? We need to design like more products so that we can make a higher demand. No, they're thinking we have insane demand. We just need to get the product that we've already developed out, you know? So I wouldn't expect any of that anytime soon, but, you know, Pokemon will hopefully be around for many decades. And so I wouldn't say never for the long run type of thing. So, so I think going back to the question, there's a lot to know. There's trying to get a sense of the rarity of the different artists, how much each artist signs. Then there's trying to figure out authenticity, which is a big issue. We've had plenty of examples where they don't authenticate a card at PSA that we know for a fact is authentic because the guy has a picture of himself with him, you know, at Worlds or at wherever getting the card signed. And then examples of fake cards getting authenticated. So it's the autograph market is a whole market of people who collect autographs from all sorts of things. And I think that really trying to research and understand how the autograph market works is important if you want to get into like Pokemon autographs or any sort of autographs, because it's a whole separate thing. The reason why that doesn't apply to sports is because it's authenticated and part of the sets. So it's just this like very different entity. So I would study like Beatles, you know, signatures and Elvis signatures and president signatures to get a sense of why those are valuable. What types of items does it make more valuable? Where does the value exponentially compound? Because not only is it a rare signature, but it's on a rare item. And so you have the only double rare item. And people do talk about that in Pokemon, right? It's like, and then, you know, Magic the Gathering, it's probably even better because Christopher Rushes can't sign anymore. Right. So having that Alpha Black Lotus, the rarest card in Magic, signed by the artist who did it, who isn't going to sign anymore, create that like double rarity, you know, that some people might find intriguing. All right, thoughts on the upcoming Eevee Heroes set? I think the Japanese promo box will be very in demand.
Gosh, I'm so out of the loop of what's happening in Pokemon with new stuff now. I knew about this. I knew that they were making an Eevee set. I think that's phenomenal. I haven't looked into it in depth, but I hope they have all the evolutions and chase cards for each of them. I'm not entirely sure. I could probably look at it now, but I like the idea, and I hope that it's just a really fun set to open. That seems to be the idea behind it.
Yes, I think it'll probably be very successful. I'm not sure I have too much to say. I think that there's still a lot of hunger for modern product, and there's a lot of Eevee fans. So I'm not sure about how large the set is going to be. That type of stuff. I could probably quickly look it up.
Yeah,
so I think it's coming out. Now. It's coming out the 29th. What?
May 28th.
May 28th.
69 cards plus, 1 booster box, 30 packs, 1 pack, 5 cards with a extra Nazatoki quiz puzzle. What is that? Yeah, this will be interesting because Well, this is another thing that we could probably touch on is the hype for 25th anniversary, in my opinion. Like, I haven't seen anything. It's completely died down. No one's talked about it. No one's mentioned anything. Pokemon hasn't announced anything else.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be kind of doing a year-long thing of this, and maybe this set will have some sort of touch on 25th anniversary. But with people now sleeping on all of this hype that we created,
Yeah.
I foresee a nice bounce back in Pokemon because of this. Like, we're just falling asleep at the wheel now of 25th anniversary.
John, I have to go grab my charger for a second. Can you?
All right, I'll entertain the chat. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Who do we got? Black Lotus is not the rarest card in Magic. No, but it's the highest demand and the coolest card in Magic. You wouldn't say that if you knew how manipulated the first edition stamp is on the distributor and LGS. Squeaks throwing in facts about first edition stamps. I don't know where this is happening, but let's see. Oh, Def Drew's here. What's up, man? Anyone been getting their PSA subs back? No, I have not. They're stuck on the prep level or whatever. Let's throw in some other random questions here. Squeaks, if people knew how unrare an Arita signature was, I don't think they'd pay a premium for them. No, I think we know people that have like 1,000. What else we got? Yellow.
I've been seeing people pay quite a bit for Arita signatures for a while, and I always have that thought of like, ooh, that seems high.
Yeah.
Like people paying like $500, $600, $700 like extra for an Arita signature. It's a lot.
Oh, I feel like my chat just got all moved around. Here's a question. Oh wait, somebody just sent a super chat. Why is Southern Island so cheap when everyone loves the artwork?
So, yeah. So I mean, it has gone up in price. It's not that rare. There's quite a bit of it. It is very difficult to get those cards in like a PSA 10, particularly the hollows.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of centering issues, but even more than that, there are a lot of it's so easy to scratch those up. I have found zero from childhood collections that had any chance at a 10. It's just a card that doesn't seem to make it, even when it's like kept in those binders and never played with and touched. I have never graded a 10, of like the Mew. A lot of people try. I think that they're, extremely low pops on those.
Well, I mean, that's how it was distributed. It was in that folder, and the cards would fall out. They'd flip around. So it was very difficult to keep those in good condition.
Yeah.
The Japanese side of things, widely available. It's sealed still. I find them at shops. I find them everywhere.
Those were really cheap forever, and they're still not that expensive. And there are so many, as John said.
You can still buy them sealed, grade the cards, and make money off of it. From what I remember, I haven't looked at it in a month, but yeah.
Now that it's like more expensive to grade, it's probably getting closer. But
mm-hmm.
I think those cards a lot of them were like $30, $40, $50 in PSA 10, and then some of the better ones are probably more around like 200 to 500 in Japanese, and then in English you're talking about thousands for some of the PSA 10s.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got.
Did we get a super chat? I want to make sure.
I think you did. I'm not able to see them.
Okay. Arsal Shah asks, I want to pull cards. I find it very fun. Which sets will net me the least loss? Ideally, I just want to break even.
Oof. Honestly, this is going to be a painful one, but I think first edition Fossil and Jungle right now, like if you bought a box, you'd get pretty close to the value if you get good pulls, but that's really expensive to do. Um, actually, I think a lot of first edition sets you could it has some of the best returns right now. But for something cheaper, probably Hidden Fate still. I'm not entirely sure what those ETBs are at, but I think the promos are still selling for a lot in PSA 10. They're not that hard to get, in my opinion. And the cards you can get from there's plenty that will make up for the price.
Yeah, I'd have to sit down and like do the math out for those sets. It's not like I would want to give you like an honest answer, and you have to sit down. You have to factor in all the percentages. You have
go to.
Are you going to grade? Are you not going to grade them? What are you planning on doing? Like, there's so much to be said. Off the top of my head, I would say your best bet is honestly just buying like whatever you can get at retail these days. After that, I think that if you could grade them, Evolutions was actually a really good buy to break open and grade. But that whole thing seems so unsustainable to me. And I think that boat is way sailed. And you can't get your cards back from PSA, and you're not going to express grade those types of cards. But there were so many cards in that set that were selling for like $200. PSA 10, very hard to get them in PSA 10, mind you, but not impossible. And even the 9s, you probably, make back your, you probably get $600, $700, $800 out of it, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But
I think Z&G on his website does it for the vintage boxes, right? The ROI
on. He does. Yeah, I think he does.
On WotC boxes, though.
Yeah, I think he does, or he used to. I don't think he updates that anymore for a long time.
Oh.
But Jungle was definitely always the best if you could get PSA 10s. The problem is that in Jungle, it's harder to get the PSA 10s versus the Fossil box, which is why the Fossil 10s are generally less expensive than the Jungle 10s. Also, the commons and uncommons, same issue. But I doubt he's asking for which like vintage booster product, which $20,000 vintage booster product should I open up? Don't open up the original Nintendo EX era boxes. Sorry, we can't be more helpful with like we don't know, like offhand. That's just not my my game. The people who would really know that well would be the streamers who open tons and tons of modern product, and they would know
Dariums and those guys.
Like exactly like the going rate on TCG of every modern card. I don't buy and sell and flip modern cards. So
yeah, well, I think opening anything is a gamble, and you shouldn't do it. So whatever you get the most enjoyment out of, find that set and do that.
So yeah, so my answer, the safest thing is just to wait, be patient here, wait for try to pre-order, this next EV set, Chilling Reigns, whatever it is.
Yeah. Let's see. Jake, how do I convince my fiance to let me buy more near mint vintage hollows? You don't have to answer that one. People are asking about the stamp cards. We have stamp cards for like reverse hollows from the EX sets. Why are some EX Delta species that are stamped and others not, which are rare? That's an interesting, that's a question that I argue with people a lot on, is the reverse hollow cards being, in my opinion, super underappreciated and in E series, in EX era. People always say it's easier to pull a reverse hollow Crystal Charizard than it is regular Crystal Charizard.
That's wrong.
Yeah. And
that's incorrect math. That's not right at all.
I swear Squeaks has told me that so many times.
That's maybe it's true.
Yeah, there's a ton of people, because although it's the same rarity as a reverse common from actually I don't know that, because
that's what I imagine.
Right. Well, I'm thinking of
right now.
If they did
1 in 12, it's 1 in, what is it? It's it's 1 in, I've heard it's like 1 in 12 to 1 in 20 per crystal card. Like you can pull 3 a box, I've heard.
From Skyridge, yes.
Yeah. Is it 1 in 12 or it's a little bit harder than 1 in 12?
To get a regular
crystal. They're not hard to.
Well, how many are there? There's 6.
The issue is how many Skyridge booster boxes are left in the prices. That's your real issue.
Yeah.
But all right. So yeah, there's 6, right? So 6 times 12 roughly.
Mm-hmm.
So 1 in 72 packs, you pull a crystal Charizard roughly.
Okay. And then there's like
how
many cards in the set? Hundreds of cards.
130, 140. So it's like twice as hard.
Yeah.
By that math.
Yeah. Well, I want to see if Squeaks is
It's the same. It's the same thing with the regular hollows. Like people underestimate how difficult it is to pull the regular hollows. It's part of why the regular hollows are such low pops. Is because they're like 33, 36 regular hollows, and you get one, every 3. So it's like 1 in 90 to pull one.
Yeah. But again, I think it's just the value is.
Squeaks is saying we're wrong. It's not. The slots aren't the same though. They don't just fall into the reverse slot like normal. The crystal reverses don't fall into the reverse slot like normal.
Yeah, they do. I don't know, but I think
the 1 in 36. No, that's not right for crystals. They're much easier.
It's all.
Oh, Echo Base is saying Skyridge was harder than Aquapolis for crystals. I don't think so. Are you sure, Echo?
Well, there's more crystals, so it's harder to get an exact one.
He's saying 1 for 36. He's saying 1 crystal a box. So Aquapolis, he's saying is 1 in 12.
No, I've seen Aquapolis boxes get open. They pulled all 3 crystals.
He's saying Aquapolis is all 3, 1 in 12, but he's saying Skyridge is 1 in 36. He's saying Skyridge is harder. I don't think that's right.
No, I think there's a Skyridge opening where they pulled 3 crystals and 2 reverse crystals. So 5 crystals out of a box. I need to find it, but I'm pretty sure I saw that.
I'm pretty sure it's the same.
But
but again, this is like I have not opened up any of this product. So
I've opened up very few.
I've just like a word of mouth.
I just watched every single YouTube opening. Exactly. So, but from a value standpoint, it's just desirability and perception. People want they just want the regular hollow or the non-reverse.
I think for me, the regular hollow is just like much better looking than the reverses for me. But not in the Nintendo era.
I like the stamps.
It's the opposite, right? Yeah. I like both, I would say. I like the regular hollows, but I also really like the stamp because it has the cool stamp on it. I don't like the reverse hollows particularly they kind of like dull up the card. I get slight Saiyan Saga vibes. It's not that bad. But I get like slight where like I actually like it's harder to see the art rather than like it makes the art better.
Yeah. Gosh, those are terrible. All right, let's answer some more questions.
Look at this gorgeous card. Look at that beautiful hollow shine.
Get rid of thing. Unbelievable. Gosh, it's so bad. Yeah. Ultra rares, baby.
Look at that shine. Look at it glisten.
They just get scratched like crazy too.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, versus like later.
So much better.
Yeah, it's hard to see in this, but the hollow pattern in these are really cool.
These ones are my favorite right here. These guys.
I actually like the hollow pattern in this better, and I like the like Bobbity and Boo. I really like the interesting things they did. But yeah, I mean, this card it's a really cool card.
Yeah. Oh, I've got 2 of those now in limited. I'm so pumped up, dude.
I can't believe you bought that limited one. Oh, I hate you so much. I should have bought that.
It was way too much, I think, but still.
That's what they're going for. That's what people, and was it actual minty? Did it come?
Yeah. As a Dragon Ball Z scorecard gets, I guess. Yeah. It'll be a 9.
If that comes back a 9, that like you can easily sell that for 4,000 right now in the current market. Yeah, there'd be takers.
I've got to get these off. I got to send these.
The problem is who knows when it's going to come back and where the market will be then. All right.
You want us to talk about Naruto, Squeaks? Get out of here. All right. What else we got? I'm just going to pick random questions that I find. because I feel like my chat keeps changing for people. Do you have any more super chats?
Looks like there's a super chat by Black Rose Collectibles, just appreciation.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's hard to pick out questions. Here we go.
I'll start from the top too and just grab some.
I've never sold anything online until this year, and I've already sold about $12,000. So I'm just curious, does that amount just get added to my overall income for the year? Call your accountant.
Yeah, so basically how it works, and definitely call your accountant, but my understanding is that if you're selling something within a year, it just gets added to your income. If you're selling something past a year that you've held for longer than a year, you can do it for capital gains tax. That's very basic, but you have to just go through an accountant.
Andrew M asks, here's one Pokenomics. What's your favorite DBZ art box set and why is it series 1? Apparently you like series 1?
No.
No.
I like the series 2, the gold cards. I'll grab one.
I like the crow. Like I never bought these. I would get them randomly at shops when they were there for 50 cents to open.
Have you seen these?
Oh, you've graded them?
Yeah.
I have a bunch of those just sitting in a box somewhere. Just probably getting creased.
They're so hard to get fresh out. Like I bought like a bunch of boxes to try and like get some 10s. No 10s. Dragon Ball Z just doesn't make 10s. Gohan action.
I have no idea where they would be, but I literally have them just sitting in a box somewhere. I'm gonna have to find them. Have you bought those graded?
I bought these graded, but I sent out like the Goku, Vegeta.
How much were they?
How much should I buy these for?
Mm-hmm.
Like $15 each.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
I think I paid $40 for the Gohan. I think the rest was about $15 to $20 each. Yeah. I was buying them started to buy them around the Logan Paul type. So with the struggle of DBZ score getting picked up, I just have a hard time believing those will ever get anywhere. Oh, these cards?
Yeah.
No, they've gone up quite a bit already, and people are starting to do them.
Okay.
Yeah. The thing is that, John, is they're so hard to grade. Like, they're such garbage.
Aren't they just very off-center? I need to find these.
Like, fresh out of pack, like, a lot of them are 6s. Like, we're not even talking, like, 7s and 8s. We're talking straight up 6s, like, out of pack. Ooh.
Did you see this?
Deck box.
Yeah, a whole case, dude.
Showing off the goods.
Yeah, this was a big purchase. I've seen less deck cases than I have booster boxes, but I don't know if they're actually rare or not. Yeah, I gotta find those now. I'm gonna have to.
We're gonna get together in person at some point, and we're gonna open up some product. We have to figure out what we can open.
Got all of these Android Saga loose packs.
Nice.
I've got an opened limited edition one.
They were selling a bunch of loose packs on Hills that I was thinking about picking up, but they were charging quite a bit.
Yeah, they had Sell Game Saga for like $700, and their packs aren't kept in the best condition, so the cards are going to be.
They're actually on sale right now.
Oh.
So I thought they were like getting close to the price that I was willing to pick them up, but.
So I did buy packs from them a long time ago.
Someone can go pick those up. Free for you guys out there.
And I opened some World Game Saga and I pulled a ultra rare PyCon.
Nice.
So the packs are
they're legit.
They're legit.
Who knows where they get them from, but yeah, they're probably from a huge they probably have one of those huge boxes of like 500 of them or whatever.
Yeah, which I bought one of those once and it was awesome.
All right.
Okay. All right. Back to questions.
Yeah. Sorry, we've been ignoring you guys.
Thoughts on Final Fantasy? Prices have went up a lot the past few weeks.
I don't follow it.
Neither do I. I've never played the video game.
I've seen the cards. Definitely a popular franchise. I know some people, a couple people who I've heard are starting to collect it and who are into it. It's just like added to the list, you know. It's like everything's going up. It's gonna come down to the fundamentals, you know, supply and demand fundamentals. That's always the question you need to be asking yourself. How much supply is there? And if there seems like there isn't supply, there might be a lot of supply. It's just going to take the prices to go up enough for all that supply to come and hit the market and then bring the market back down. So the thing that's great about the Pokemon market is that it's an actual market where there's been buying and selling in huge amounts for many years. And so all these items are tested for years by the Pokemon card market. All these other newer markets, they haven't had those years of testing and building those prices out if there was basically no popularity before. So it doesn't mean that they can't blow up, because they might have great undiscovered fundamentals that now people are finally discovering those cards, and there are enough people versus the amount there are. That I think it's always good looking for those opportunities. I'm always looking for those opportunities, but there's also that risk that there are warehouses of stuff, right? That's always a risk.
And to keep that with the whole Dragon Ball Z thing, with where the prices have gone, yes, I've seen more product than I have ever seen before come out of the woodworks, but it's still so small. It's still just like a single box here that pops up every now and then, or a couple ultra rares that pop up every now and then. So it is dragging things out, but at a very slow pace compared to what I thought it would be.
And we're still at the point where like someone tries to sell something and people are getting more than what they're asking still, John. So until that changes, it's going to keep going up, but it's definitely not going up as fast. And certain things have run out of steam. And there are some prices that people bought for that have retraced a little bit now, even in score. But there's so much opportunity in the mint stuff, because there's just no sealed game, and they don't know how much card collecting enthusiasts, if they find their way into this value, the mint cards, because so many of the people buying these things for years were just players, and they didn't put a premium. Like it was almost the same price to buy like a creased card as it was to buy like a mint card. You know, we're talking like 30% difference. Whereas in Pokemon, we're talking like 10,000% more for a Gen Mint, 10 to a PSA 1. In Score DBZ, it was like 20-30% more.
Yeah.
So so that's the type of thing that excites me from the financial perspective, and then from the collector perspective too. It's really fun because it's John and I are on like the forefront of, with like 5 to 10 other guys probably, of trying to grade these, and we'll see where it goes. It's fun.
Yeah. Do we talk about Metazoo now?
Sure.
All right.
Metazoo. We're only taking Metazoo questions. This has become a completely not Pokemon stream.
I got to get down to the bottom of the comments to be ready for people on this one.
Ask us Metazoo. I know Mike was here earlier.
Yeah, ask us some Metazoo questions. I mean, what are your thoughts? We talked about this a little bit last night, but I never, like I said, I never got to understand your feelings about it before talking like to Michael, or before talking, taking in more information from people. Yeah. Are you honest enough and remember what your thoughts were before then?
Of course, dude. Okay. I'm transparent. So I had a very similar take as Squeaks. I think like when Squeaks made that video, I think I agreed with probably like 80-ish% of it, which is like very high. I was not as heated about it. In part because I just think so much of that stuff's been happening in Pokemon all year. You know what I mean? So like for me, I'm like, of course that product's $3,000 to $4,000. I've been watching like 7 other like Marvel cards go from, so just like it didn't surprise me. And I also don't think, and certainly after talking to Michael Moore, but for me, I had a negative impression immediately when I saw the card art, and the card art's grown on me. So initially when I saw the card art, this is all completely subjective, guys, no analysis in this, but just subjectively, when I saw it, I was like, I don't really like, it's okay. I didn't dislike it. And then I saw the prices and I was like, what? And then I saw that Rudy made a video where they maybe sent him a bunch of free product to show it. And then my mind went, okay. And then I saw Gary showing it a bunch. I was like, oh, this is why it's so expensive. It's because people who have big followings and that trust decided to shout this one out instead of probably a bunch of other card games that are probably of similar. And then I saw a video with Michael just saying that it's comparing all the Pokemon, all of those cards to Pokemon and telling people to grade the cards already when it hasn't even been out and it hasn't even been played. Mm-hmm. So all that stuff was just like this is a bit of a red flag from an investing perspective. To invest in something like that right away was a red flag. It's just so speculative. But at $6,000, at $500 to $1,000, it is cool, particularly if you really like it. It's cool. The print runs are so low, only being 2,500 for the Kickstarter box, and then I've heard 400 for like is it the non-altering or the altering? I'm not really sure, but like a separate part of the Kickstarter box. But it's been doing amazing, and the cards are selling. The cards inside the box are selling. The reason the box has gone up so much is because the expected value of the cards inside is so much right now. If all these sales on eBay are legit. As far as the art goes, it's been really growing on me. I'm really excited to open it. Just, at least right now, in this moment in time, I'm really excited to open it. I'm excited to see the cards more. I think it's fun just like learning about new games. And when you do like so much of Pokemon or so much of like dead CCGs, it's exciting that a new card game is something that I might like, because I have no interest in Flesh and Blood. It's just like not appealing. The art isn't appealing. The concept isn't appealing. It's just not my type of thing. Whereas like this hand-drawn Pokemon-ish art style type stuff is very connects to me. So I think that's my process. I don't think it's fair. I think that my only criticism for Michael was that video would have been that video he made that I just think was pushing the secondary market too much. And two, maybe not. That's it, because I don't think it's on Michael to tell people, don't buy my product. Yeah. Don't push it to the moon. I think that's up to the Metazoo community. And from what I've heard, Michael's been so generous and like given away so much product to people, and not just Rudy. I think it's easy to assume something negative immediately, like he's giving away free product to him to push it up, and that's the only person he's doing that to. But in reality,
that's what you should be doing. First of all,
you should do that.
Yeah.
But I think also he's been very generous to people just who have been along the ride and who have been there and who've been supporting the game. And he seems like a very smart guy. He seems like he has a plan. I think he takes criticism extremely well. And I think that the game, I like the cryptid element a lot. I think cryptids are cool. I like the idea of it being like an adult, more adult themed, adult type cards, but still having that cartoony art. I actually think that really connects to us and our age group who likes Pokemon, who likes that type of art, but also might like more of those adult type themes. And then I like monsters and lore and stories. And so I could see myself really enjoying it. As of now, I would say I like, 10 of the arts, 15 of the arts, and then some of the arts I don't feel that strongly about. That's where I'm at with it. As far as it like copying from Pokemon and the art being too similar from Pokemon, I certainly also had that response when I saw like the Giovanni card, and I saw the Charizard bird, whatever thing with the Stantler horns and the what were some of the other, there were like three of the Mr. Mime one, there were like 3 or 4 that looked a lot like it. But to be fair, Pokemon took from animals, and took from dragons, and it's all the same source material. And there isn't like Pokemon. Think about how many Pokemon there are. Like, how are you not going to copy? It's a little bit of like a Simpsons did it, type Family Guy situation of, or where was it Family Guy that had the Simpsons in it? I forget. Whatever. South Park, I don't know, but this idea that they've sort of taken every design. So if you're going to design like dragony critters or critters off of these cryptid type things, they're gonna probably look somewhat like Pokemon, particularly when you have the similar type of art style. So that's where I'm at. the community seems to be really supportive. They really like it. I really hope it succeeds and becomes a huge thing for them. That would be awesome. I do think though that a decent part of the hype, and even a part of probably the hype of people who really like Metazoo, is because they're sitting on $10,000 in product.
Yeah.
And I think to ignore that is to ignore the reality. And I would ask those people to ask themselves, like, if you're sitting on 2 to 3 Kickstarters and they're worth $3,000 to $6,000 and you're really excited about the game, I'm sure you really like the game and are excited, but you might also be excited that you have $12,000 of card product, which is very exciting. And so I think that in the long run, it's going to be, what's going to be important is the game needs to have probably really solid playability and enjoyment there, or it's going to have really solid collectability. It's just the game hasn't even been released to the masses, right? I mean, we're literally in the Kickstarter where they're only 2,500. I think they're just starting the regular first edition, which I've heard is like 25,000 maybe, and then they'll probably do unlimited. And I know Michael has plans for lots of other sets, so it's exciting, it's interesting, and I always hope everything succeeds, and it's a cool idea, and it seems like cool people. So there's no negative. It shouldn't hurt anyone. You know, people who are getting really angry that it's succeeding, that's weird. Like, that response is weird. Now, being concerned for people who are putting a lot of money into Metazoo who probably shouldn't, that response to me is caring and empathetic. And I think a lot of Squeaks and I frustration is that, you know, like this anxiety and worry. And then I think the other part of that initial frustration was like, Michael is shilling this. You know, and because of that one video, and people are being sold a bunch of goods here. But then when I think both of us talked to Michael and did more research into it, we saw that probably isn't the case. And Michael's probably, you know, has taken down that video and has, I think, closed the bazaar where they were selling it, you know. So what are your thoughts?
Well, yeah. So yeah, on Squeak's side of things, you know, he's very passionate about it because this world of TCG is his livelihood. It's what he loves, and anything that comes to potentially hurt the hobby of collecting cards as a whole, he takes it personally. So that's why he was so heated. And you know, we had a conversation about it beforehand, and you know, the whole art thing, I always figured it was just a super expensive part of a TCG, and it was kind of put to the side, and you know, art will come with it. And then you told me what the investment side of things look like on the art for Metazoo, and that kind of shocked me. But I haven't really looked into the cards in depth yet. I'm hoping to get that box soon to open it and experience it firsthand.
The art is such a subjective thing. It's like, who am I to tell someone that they don't hate it? Like, I believe you. Like if you tell me that you look at this and you're like, a child drew it and it sucks and I don't like it. When I hear that anger, that's where I'm like, why are you angry that you don't like something? That other people like? That's where it gets a little like, there seems to be some other motive. But when you're just like, I think it sucks, it's like, yeah, that's cool. Like, you know, I think some of it I'm not a big fan of some of it too. But I will say that it interestingly kind of grew on me. And I'm like, and we'll see when I see it in person. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure why that is. And I might be biased too, because I like Michael or something, and that's why it's growing on me. So I'll have to self-analyze and see. Yeah. Cause I saw a dramatic shift in the way that Squeaks was after he talked to Michael. And that's why I was so curious to understand what your feelings were beforehand, to see if there was a dramatic shift after you speaking with him. I don't want to speak for Squeaks, but I think that Squeaks and I had a very similar, I think a lot of our frustration was we were feeling people were being taken advantage of. Yeah. And that once we realized that wasn't the case, we felt a lot different. We still have the secondary market concerns, and our analysis is still the same about a lot of things, but the frustration and anger and heat isn't there. And I think that's the part that the Metazoo community got really wrong, because I watched a couple of their responses to Squeaks, and it's like, Squeaks is a great guy who cares a lot about you guys and cares a lot and isn't trying to like put down the game or ruin the game. He's concerned about that secondary market activity, and that people were going to lose a lot of money, and that was like a top down coming from the people who were in charge of Metazoo, you know, and we probably shouldn't have jumped to that conclusion. Right. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, my only thing that
that you can't take it away now just because the video's down, is the fact that you didn't allow the game to create its own identity. You were forcing it. And I understand.
That's true.
I just assume, and it was just the excitement. You know, you're releasing a new card game in a market that is exploding. You see your card game succeeding, doing numbers that are truly incredible on the secondary market on eBay. So you get caught up in the excitement, and it's very obvious. I mean, I think any one of us, if we were to create a card game, we would draw a ton of inspiration from Pokemon, from Magic, from these successful games. So yeah, it just seemed like he jumped on excitement when he was opening the box and was explaining what was what, instead of allowing the fans, the players, to create it themselves and figure out those comparisons themselves. Yeah. So that's just my one thing that it was just threw me off. I'm all about
difference between, because I saw some videos on this, there's a difference between the creator of the card game doing that and someone who's a fan of the card game making the comparison to Pokemon and making the comparison to other things. That's really key. So if you have a fan, and now I think it's a little bit premature that people are comparing this card to Alpha Lotus and this card to a Charizard, and but that isn't a problem. People can say whatever they want on the internet, but when the creator of the game, who has all the financial incentive in the world for it to succeed, even if he's like the best guy, right, to do that feels a little bit like your focus here is creating a secondary market and not creating a primary market of people who want to buy it to play it and enjoy it or collect it versus to invest in it.
Yeah.
And it was feeling like this is like primarily already investors and the game has come out. And so in one interview video, Michael's saying that he doesn't like what's happening in Pokemon and Magic, and he wants people to get cards and be able to play. And then in another video, he's talking about grading the cards and creating a secondary market. They created this from the outside, not knowing Michael. I think it created a situation where we all maybe jumped to conclusions and assumed the worst. And I think that's the type of thing for Michael. And I'm going to have him on the channel actually for us to talk about it. I think those are the types of growing pains where it's like when you create something successful that's surprisingly successful, people are going to be very critical.
Yeah.
And so you have to be very careful to have all your ducks in a row and manage everything really well. Because you open yourself up to that criticism when you send those boxes to Rudy, and Rudy makes that video, and and it starts this huge talk. That's what.
And people need to understand that. I think all the products that you buy, it's because somebody sent it to an influencer that you probably watch, and they send it to them for free, and they might have an ownership in the company or something. It's if I were to start a shirt business, I'd send free stuff to Logan Paul, to whoever, to hopefully wear it and show it off in one of their Instagram pictures or something. That's just how this world works. That's marketing. It's something you shouldn't be angry at. But overall, I'm, from a excitement standpoint within the card world, I'm very excited to just start opening up new things at a cheap price and collect. Like I want to put together.
What's that like?
I want to put together binder sets of this stuff. I hope that Naruto comes back. I hope that Harry Potter comes. I hope they make a new Dexter's Laboratory set. I want these card games to be made again, these collectible card games, so I can just buy products off the shelves and open it and collect things. So the more cards, the merrier. I think that's what happened in the early 2000s, I imagine, is the hype from Magic and Pokemon led to all these other IPs creating a card game because it was a hot thing to do. It was successful. So that's why we see all these weird one-off card games from back in the day, SpongeBob and My Little Pony, all this stuff. I want to see that again. I want to see that happen. I don't know if it's on its way. I don't know if people are thinking about doing it or if they're just skipping it over and doing NFTs. I have no idea, but I hope that I can get these one-off card games again, so I can just buy a box of a TV show that I like and open it with people. Like that's what I enjoy. I've always talked about my enjoyment with Pokemon is opening stuff. That's all I care about. That's the true nostalgia for me, and that's what I hope for. So if Metazoo is widely available at a cheap price, I'm gonna buy it, to open it and collect the set. Like, it's just going to be fun.
So I'm seeing some comments saying like there's no natural interest in Metazoo and it's all just the money and all just the hype. And so first of all, like, I don't think that's true. I'm just going to respond to that and say that I think that some people actually really like the art and like the idea of cryptids.
I would love to get a
Myself
Bigfoot
included.
card. I want a Bigfoot card.
So
Like,
myself included. So there's some interest. Now, as I said before, is a lot of the interest, particularly people buying those things for $3,000 to $6,000. Is a lot of that interest coming from the idea of making money and being rich? Yes, right, probably. So it doesn't have to be so black and white, like and also like I can both want to buy something because I like it and I enjoy it, and also because I really want to make money from it, right? Yeah. Like, and I think that part of the problem in these conversations is people aren't really honest, and so it gets into this like really black and white place of like Metazoo fans saying, we just love the card game and it's all about the cards and we're not excited that we've made a lot of money and that there's a lot of hype and that we could make a lot more. It's like, that's probably not true for a lot of you guys, but there's nothing wrong with being excited. I would be excited if I bought early into a card game and the booster boxes went up to $3,000. But it also doesn't mean that you guys don't love the game and you're not excited to play the game and you don't really like the art, because I think that I like the art. I think other people genuinely do like some of the art. And then there are other people who really don't like it. And I think that that's reasonable, but I don't think it's fair for people who don't like it to tell the people who do like it that you don't like the art, you just want the money completely. Mm-hmm. That's where it gets a little bit extreme. But I saw some conversation in E4 that just like devolved. I don't know if you read like around Metazoo, or just like it started like pretty decent and then it just like devolved. Gary was involved in that conversation. I don't know if he talked to you about it, but
no, I talked to him about Metazoo quite a bit yesterday in the video and in our Q&A that I'll drop this week. But no, I think you throw any topic in the E4 Discord and it'll devolve. So I'm
sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I just can't wait to dive into it. I hope Michael's still sending me that box. It's going to be tough to open up a $3,000 box, but if it is one of the Kickstarter ones, but I'm going to anyway and try to find that Bigfoot.
So Pokebarn says, how can anyone play the game at those prices? And you're exactly right. So the reason they're doing a larger print run and then they're going to do multiple waves. Michael has told me that he's going to do lots of waves and they're going to make sure that enough come out there. Now, let's also not pretend that Michael has intentionally created a collectible situation. Now, some of it is because of he didn't have enough money to print more Kickstarter boxes. And I get that. The 2,500, he only had enough for 2,500. I take him at his word when Michael tells me that that's why there are only that many, is because he didn't have more money.
Well, his Kickstarter was what, $18,000? 18.
Yeah. And then he put some of his own money, whatever. But so I'm going to take him at his word for that. But why did they put all those like tamper-proof seals and all these things that are all scream not being able to be resealed and tampered in the future? A lot of that is that long-term thinking of like, we want this to be a first edition base set booster box Pokemon product and why would he be talking about grading the cards if he wasn't interested in promoting the collectability? So this is not a game, and Michael's not a person, from my perspective, who is just interested in making his game playable and getting it out to people. He also wants to make it collectible. Now, I think that's cool. I like to collect and I'd like to play the game. So I think him wanting to do both is great. And I don't think that you have to compromise. I think that you can figure out how to do both by making a small initial print run, maybe even a couple small initial print runs, each one like an alpha beta, the same thing that Magic had, right? And then that unlimited and revised and whatever it takes to have enough that people can actually play the game and get to know the game at those cheaper amounts. And
I think it's great, because you take away from the questions of reseals and all that. Because if it does happen to be that, then awesome. You don't have to worry about this first edition base set case that has stop tape on it that sold for $2.5 million being fake or not. And same with the alpha starter decks. It's all easily resealable. So I'm fine with him doing that and being conscious of that and understanding that to be a successful game in the future, you want to be collectible and playable. I mean, that's how the Dragon Ball Z limited boxes are. They have the sticker on the inside. So, yeah, I think it's great that he did that, and people need to understand that it's a part of it's what you want. Like, that's what you want. Stop fighting it.
Yeah, and as far as like my financial and investing opinion, don't buy any of this right now. Like, you can buy it and you could make money on it. That's not what we're saying. So I just like, right. So and you know, like Mason said that he can't put this game in his glass display with a $2,000 price tag. Absolutely. I completely agree with you. Like, I think that's ridiculous what these are selling for right now at this moment. But when they make enough of them, could you put them at $90, $80, and would people buy them? That's a decision you'd have to make, Mason. Maybe people don't like this game. Maybe the game ends up not being good. We don't even know yet. So certainly this is a situation where the order of operations and the cart has gotten way out ahead. Like, the prices of these things have gotten way out ahead of where this card game is, in my opinion. But that is more of a sign of the times, and maybe a few mistakes that Michael made. But a lot of it is probably just a sign of the times, and that's on the people buying these things and on no one else. And no one needs to get frustrated. Like, if they want to take the risk and spend $3,000 to $6,000 a box on these things, they should go for it. And if they make money on it, that's great for them. Why would we be upset? You know, there's no reason to be upset if someone buys these at $3,000 to $6,000 and they make money. What I worry is the people who shouldn't be buying this, who don't have the money to buy it, and are maybe being pushed into it by some influencer. And that's where I think people have the responsibility to share the risks and the negative side. But everyone's allowed to invest their money however they would like to.
Yeah. So. Yeah. But yeah, if you morally can't put a $2,000 price tag on it, just buy it at distributor price, sell it for MSRP, and let your customers sell it on eBay. Just don't, let them do it.
Yeah, Squeak says, "Is this what the mania phase looks like?" Yeah, there've been
saying that for 6 months.
There've been lots of them. So I think that, like, if you go back to watch my video on like phases of a bubble, bubbles don't just happen. They're phases of bubbles, and bubbles also don't necessarily happen all at the same time in one market or one product. There can be a bubble in one area and not a bubble in another area. But yes, this is only possible because of all the money that's in people's hands right now. Because if Pokemon had not gone up so much and Magic and Flesh and Blood had not done well, there's no way that Metazoo would be $3,000 to $6,000 a box. The only reason Metazoo is $3,000 to $6,000 a box is people are hoping that one day it's going to be base set first edition, and people are hoping that it's going to be, people
are also paying $1,000 for Tesla stock, hoping that it's going to do what they promise. So
yeah. So they're hoping, right? They say, well, I'm going to take a gamble and I'm going to spend $3,000 to potentially make $250,000 or 500,000 when this game becomes Pokemon someday. And if Pokemon had not gone up so much, they wouldn't even have that thought, and so they wouldn't be putting so much money into this. It's as simple as that. So that's how these things spread. And you guys have to decide: is it a better risk to put $3,000 to $6,000 in Metazoo, or is it better risk to put $250,000 to $500,000 in a first edition base set booster box? I would say don't do either, unless you have an insane amount of money. I think that, and part of why I didn't have such a strong reaction to Metazoo is I also feel like Pokemon has gone 10 times in value in a year. It feels a little bit like all the people who were really positive on Pokemon and said none of this is a high, and this isn't Squeaks at all. Squeaks has talked about Bubble all year, but people who have talked, Pokemon should be this expensive, it's great, and then they're saying Metazoo's stupid, and it's like, what? It's I don't know.
Yeah, people just people don't make sense sometimes.
Yeah, they're shilling their own stuff, Yeah,
too much of that going on. So Dragon Ball Z.
We can do some other questions and whatever.
Yeah, what else do we have? We have a lot of Metazoo comments now.
There's a good Metazoo talk. Anything, if there's any good comments on Metazoo that we should respond to?
I don't think so.
Yeah, Squeak says the card art has also grown on him as well, but he thinks the template and the layout is what really does it a disservice. I agree with that, actually.
Oh, Squeaks did mention a Metazoo NFT that's out. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, or is that just like going to happen? Because I saw that they were like had a connection on their link tree to like NFTs, but I didn't know if it was actually a thing.
Well, I originally thought cryptid was some sort of tie to crypto, and I didn't know what a cryptid was.
Yeah,
So I thought, oh, they're selling a cryptocurrency NFT card game, which I thought great idea. But
I love how like after our conversation, people are just like Metazoo sucks. Like okay,
you haven't even bought a pack. You haven't even tried it.
yeah.
All right.
Well, like Metazoo's the best thing ever, you know, because there are those guys on the internet too. Like I watched I've watched some YouTube videos on people telling people like to buy Metazoo at these prices, and I'm thinking like, hey, you know.
I wish I knew about it early. Huh?
How's Top Shot doing?
Oh,
Yeah.
I opened my first pack yesterday.
You got a pack?
That $9 one that you could pre-order.
You got the one that everyone got.
I got the one that everyone got, and I pulled trash. Although I think all three of them, the lowest ask on all of them was $5 each. So if they sell at that, I essentially make $6.
Making that money.
I have my money tied in there, my $250 that I put in Dapper. So it's going to sit in there until I use it, because I'm not going to bother taking it out and worrying about that, because I think it takes like 6 months to get money out or something.
They're not even like releasing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait till it just goes bankrupt, and then like everyone loses their.
Well, apparently, didn't Michael Jordan invest into Dapper, and Kevin Durant and all these guys? Like, I think there's
have a lot of angel investors. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think there's going to end up being Michael Jordan moments, which is going to blow it up.
There's going to be vintage things. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no, I'm still upset. I haven't gotten a cool pack. But I have my money sitting in there, hopefully to get one. I know you made a couple.
There's not a single important moment yet in any of these, right? Like all of like there hasn't been a finals game played since there's been a moment, right? There are no moments, I think. Oh no, wait, maybe they do have moments of, because it was out long enough for the bubble last time that I don't even know.
Well, I mean, I want the Vince Carter dunk contest moments. Yeah. I want Kevin Ware breaking his leg moment from the NCAA. I want
Michael Jordan's last shot when he pushed the guy over.
Last shot. I want Iverson stepping over Tyronn Lue. I want Dirk's fadeaway. I want that stuff. And I think at that point it'll get out of hand. I know Harrison Barnes purchased Vince Carter's last shot moment, and he got a physical thing from Top Shots, a physical like iPad with what looks like the moment layout they have on NBA Top Shots. Yeah. It's on the back of the thing, and they have the video screen playing the moment. So that's pretty awesome. Yeah. I like the physical aspect of it too, if they're able to add that in with like the 1-of-1s or 1-of-5s, whatever they're able to do. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a frustrating setup because you can't get anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a situation where there's a lot of stuff that's going for hundreds of thousands that will not be going for hundreds of thousands because they're just not special moments, and they were just sort of like early moments and have low serial numbers and whatnot. Yeah, I think if Top Shot succeeds, it's going to be those low serial number, low pop number, whatever we want to say, important highlight moments that are going to be the moments that people actually want, like really important moments in people's careers. Not for me. Definitely none of it's for me, but I'm all for making money. And so as long as it feels like I can definitely make money doing it, I'll be engaged in it. And it's possible eventually I'll start to like it. Basketball is my favorite sport. I play basketball all the time. I watch almost every Celtics game. You'd think that I'd be like in their target, demographic, someone who loves to collect and who loves basketball, but so far not for me. But I might, when the moments start becoming like more important or more interesting, I might change my mind. It's possible.
Yeah, I've got some interesting ideas for NFT drops, but I don't know if I can more really go the route of creating it and selling it. So I have to figure that one out in my brain, because there's a lot of fun things you can do with it. That's more of the side that I'm going towards, is the entertainment aspect, which is treated as this siphoning of money from people because there's no true value behind it. But I think there's ways to make it entertaining and worth what you put towards it. But also there's some real I think, use cases that have value. I know this whole, what is it called? The Bitcoin thing right now with the celebrities, they're selling their own Bitcoins. What is it called? You know, Aoki's done it, Dan Fleischman, all these people, they have a market cap on themselves and they sell their own Bitcoins. Like, I think something like that would be really cool for up and coming YouTubers, up and coming musicians, up and coming whatever that want to, you know, they can sell shares of themselves. And
yeah, it's interesting. I think that, yeah, that creating collectability online and how to create that feeling of ownership and feeling of connection to that artist or to that famous person or star is going to be interesting to watch over time.
Bit clout. Yeah.
I have to delete. Someone's saying boo Celtics. Oh, Rainy Day Collectibles. Friend of mine is saying boo Celtics. Might have to delete. Banned forever. Not ban that now, joking.
Will you be buying the Kevin Garnett Anything Is Possible or Paul Pierce being carried to the locker room?
Oh, I that moment is the fakest, most irritating moment when he gets carried to the locker room like that. Yeah, that's how you carried a super injured all-star. Just like 4 guys like
he had to poop.
Yeah.
That's how it was. Oh, what a great moment. That's the probably number one Celtic moment of all
Paul
time.
Pierce right now. You following the Paul Pierce drama?
Oh my gosh, dude. Why, dude?
I don't know. I don't know.
Something else, man.
I don't know what the thought process was.
Although I feel like that's something I'd end up doing.
We can keep it family friendly on this channel, but
yeah,
Paul Pierce got fired.
Yeah, he got let go. Although I can easily see myself doing the same exact thing if I was at issue. So that's yeah.
I mean, but why post it?
It was live. Yeah.
That's it's just like, yeah, it's a interesting, risk.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let's see.
BitClout.
Yeah, that's the whole crypto thing of selling shares of yourself.
Swami says, is there utility to NFTs? Can you use the moments in your own content? Trying to find the value of something we can use for free. So
yeah, I can create my own NFTs today if I wanted to and sell moments from my podcast if people wanted to buy it, and it could be there.
So they're gonna eventually they're gonna be doing like NFT skins for like video games where you're gonna be able to use you're gonna use your NFT skins in the video games.
That's big value right there.
Yeah, so they're gonna try and do these types of things. I'm not sure the NFT aspect adds anything. The NFT aspect is just like you own it on the blockchain separately from the video game, but you can then use it on the video game. And they're gonna have 10 of 10, 10 skin in the world, 20 of this skin probably. Also,
the Steam marketplace has been very successful in that aspect for years. Yeah. And it's always been frustrating for the popular games that aren't on Steam to have that capability. So bringing that up, however Microsoft, Sony, whoever, Riot Games are able to collaborate with NFTs, it'll be huge.
I think the change here is that that the game actually owns the skin, but if you have it on your NFT, if you have it as an NFT, you own it.
Mm-hmm.
And that'll be the difference, that type of thing. So right now, if World of Warcraft, you pay all this money for World of Warcraft for your skins or for Fortnite or whatever, they just exist in that game. My understanding is that with this, you'll have some sort of ownership of it, and I don't really know what that adds.
Well, I've always and I've always imagined in a game like World of Warcraft, if you could create something where there truly was a one-of-one sword, a one-of-one armor piece, it would be huge. It would be massive for the online marketplace to be like that. And I mean, we've seen it with Second Life, with some of these other games that, you can buy and sell land essentially. People making millions of dollars on back in the day from this stuff. So I see that blowing up. I think that's going to be very successful for the video game industry.
Squeak says that NBA Top Shot has lost 90% in the last week of its value. So I would be careful with that, Squeak. So what happened is that they gave everyone packs before. No one was getting packs before. And so the moments that are the base moments, which are these unlimited moments that they can print as many as they want of, those all went down. Those were like $11 each, $9, $10 each. And now they're all the way down to like $5 each, as you were saying, because now everyone has gotten this like pack that everyone could get. Whereas before there was like 500,000 people trying to get every pack. And
they created this system where for legendary packs, you needed to have 3 moments in order to even get in the queue.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that inflated the pricing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So really it was more that the prices were a lot overinflated for those specific reasons versus like people weren't buying them for collecting. They were buying them to get those legendary or rare packs to get the rare and legendary moment. I'm not sure if those have gone down in value. I mean, the whole thing, all these moments will go down in value almost certainly, unless they're like really special, important moments, unless they're like the original moments on there. Then those moments will, those original moments and those like hot, like really low, 30 moments or whatever, 30 copies of that moment from the first release. If Top Shot does well in the long run, I'm sure those moments will be very expensive, but they were going for hundreds of thousands of dollars, which already seems like the most I could ever imagine. Like that's like hundreds of thousands. It's just crazy, but
yeah, I need to sell the moment of me opening up the first edition base set Charizard. I need to capture that and sell it on somewhere.
Squeak says, but can they not do that at any time for the higher tier packs? They want to draw more hype. Yeah, it's a complete, like it's right, all calculated to get people to spend and to get the prices higher, which draws more people in, which makes them more money per drop. But for them, it's going to be, they have a lot of incentive to keep the hype. So them opening up this pack for everyone has killed a lot of the hype to get packs. So I imagine now they're going to do some more private releases again.
Well, it also, I was ready to give up on it and just not try to buy a pack again. And the fact that I was able to get my first one,
now it's gotten back in it. Yeah. So it's a balance, I think, to having enough and more people come in, to not letting.
We need to ban this cool trainer K Meezy. He's just a negative Nancy. Get rid of this guy.
What's he saying?
Oh, he's been negative the whole time about my Shadowless Charizard and all this stuff. He doesn't belong here. No
one would want that. NFTs are a scam.
Put them on timeout. Put them on timeout. Yeah, mods.
It's more nuanced, than it's just like NFTs are a scam. It's like Pokemon's a scam. A lot of Pokemon has been a scam this year. A lot of it has been hyped and chilled and pushed up. And Mason, listen to you.
Thank you, Mason.
Mason, you're only supposed to listen to me, not this guy over here. People can say anything negative they want to about Pokemon. I'm just joking. Don't give him the power. It's my power. No.
Hey guys, welcome to my new channel, Pokenomics, with John and Rafi.
But there's a humongous amount of hype and nonsense in the NFT space, and there's so much money to be made. It's all the stuff we've talked about on this channel the whole way, right? When there's more money to be made, there's going to be more greed, there's going to be more manipulative behavior, more scamming behavior, more issues. It's going to happen no matter what, whether it's NFTs or anything else. But I do think that the idea of digital collectibles is a humongous home run moneymaker if they can figure out how to do it in a way that we actually like it, because it's let's think it through, right? It's going to be so much easier to get. You're not going to need to store it anywhere, like physically in your house. It's going to be immediately authenticated. It's going to be, there's going to be, you're not going to have to worry about it getting damaged or destroyed. When you sell it, you can sell it at the click of a button instead
of you just have to worry about getting hacked. And
you have to worry about getting hacked. You have to worry about the blockchain, disappearing or falling, particularly because I've heard maybe Ethereum isn't as reliable as Bitcoin. I don't know. I hear these things from Bitcoin. People tell me things. I don't know if they're telling me real things or not, or they're shilling their own whatever they're doing. But I am not the tech. The tech savviness is not my area. So I just try to listen to people who hopefully know what they're talking about when it comes to that stuff.
Can we get back to enjoying Pokemon soon? Like as a community standpoint or on our conversation?
DA Greenshit says at Squeaks Game World, here to watch men with beards and how they perform on another level with said beard.
All right.
Yes.
Squeaks, grow out your beard, man. You got one more viewer if you do. Oh, this guy's asked a couple times about the reverse hollow TV reporter.
Yeah. Let's do some Pokemon. We're gonna do 45 minutes of solid Pokemon.
Yeah.
We apologize.
Yeah. So Blitz Foray, I seen you ask this a couple times about the EX Dragon TV reporter reverse foil being really rare. He just bought a price you want a near mint, hoping to hear your opinions on the card. Yeah, that card was only released reverse foil English in like the UK, right?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
The reverse foil TV reporter from EX Dragon.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this card?
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah. So my understanding is that it was only released in the UK, and for whatever reason, they didn't print it in a reverse hollow for the US. So.
Oh, you know what? I heard this too on a video once.
Yeah. So that card is hard to find. It's also reverse hollow from EX era, which it's very easy to get scratched. So pulling a PSA 10 is difficult. But yeah, it's a rare card. It doesn't pop up very often. It's been that way for a while now. So I don't know what you paid for it, but I'm sure it was a good deal regardless.
Rainy Day Collectibles has a super chat saying, what do you have more confidence in? The Celtics getting bounced on the first round or the future of NFTs? Celtics are going to the Eastern Conference Finals again this year. Watch it happen. And then they're going to lose to the Nets.
Opinion on the... Have you found the TV reporter? Do you have any comment on it? I don't think there's much to be said on it other than...
Honestly, I don't really know anything about that card. I think I saw it in like a video once talking about like unique cards, maybe on like DJ Gigabyte's channel or something. I don't know. Like one of those... I watch a lot of these channels that just give like great, like crazy niche information. Some of it sticks in my head, some of it doesn't.
Yeah, DJ Gigabyte's one of my favorites. So yeah, I was right about all that. Cool. Thoughts on CGC cards being undervalued compared to PSA? Do you think that PSA should hold a premium? For me, I've been buying CGC because I get way better deals. I think that'll just even out over time. CGC is still very new. People are still very skeptical of them.
Yeah.
And again, with PSA being in the position they're in and CGC having this wide open door to take advantage of it, who knows what will happen when CGC has to shut down their doors or when the lead times are the exact same. So yeah, I don't know. We just have to give it time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's you know, my standpoint is that I won't grade with CGC until at these prices, particularly until I see it establish itself more in the market. Do I think it will establish? Do I think that CGC 9.5s are undervalued as compared to PSA 10s? Probably in the long run. But if I'm trying to flip and move right now, I'm not, you know, I need the market to decide that before. It doesn't matter what I think. It's more about the market, seeing the market actually come to that realization and conclusion itself. It's a crazy time with grading. So I think so much as possible, honestly. I think that CGC could also, you know, not hire enough people and need to shut down. I think that we might also see deterioration in the quality of CGC grading, just like we've seen potentially deterioration in PSA because they may get hit with so much. I don't really know. So yeah, that's my unbiased opinion.
I've lost a ton of value buying or grading and selling with CGC, but I also made a lot of money and was able to move things around in the near term. So it was beneficial for me to do so.
I think when the option is I can't grade a PSA because they're shut down or $300 a card, which I'm not doing, or I'm going to grade at CGC, get my money out of it to buy more things and invest it back in and keep the money moving. Oftentimes doing it with CGC and keeping the money moving is the better bet. Yeah. If that's your plan. But if your plan is to hold for the long term and it's more of the long-term investing, I think I don't think it's clear, obvious that you should send into CGC right now. I think it's a tough call.
But there is, again, clear advantages to purchasing CGC cards right now because you can get it at a cheaper value. And from what we've seen, the cross grading has done quite well.
Yep. Let's see. The old card shop says, do you guys feel like the sentiment in the community seems a little toxic / negative at the current moment? Seems like it has gotten better this week, but overall, maybe I'm on Facebook too much, laugh out loud.
I've never been on Facebook for this stuff, so I don't know what it's like over there. But being on Instagram and having somewhat of a following, I've experienced a lot of toxicity and negativity, as we've seen in chat here today. There's always been toxicity and negativity in the hobby. I mean, I've been here for 6 years, very well ingrained for 6 years, and it's all the same. It's just there's more of it now because there's more people here, and it will never change. There will never be a perfect world of happy little go lucky people. There's always going to be people that are butthurt and upset about what's going on and find a reason to complain. So
yeah, my approach is like, we have a responsibility in that sort of conversation and in helping the growing pains be as smooth as possible. I think that whenever there are financial growing pains, whenever things like dramatically take off or dramatically retrace in price, people are stressed and anxious because they don't know what to do. And so, not to mention that we've had the pandemic this year, and people are probably stressed and tired and exhausted for all hosts of reasons outside of Pokemon. I think people are also exhausted and stressed and don't know what to do. And people have seen big retraces in a lot of their cards over the past few months, depending on the cards they bought and when they bought them. So there's just a lot of tension. And then you have people, parents who have kids, and you have people who just want to buy and open packs because they love opening packs, frustrated because the investors and flippers and businesses have been scalping the products or whatever. But I don't even know even if we got rid of the scalpers, I think that the collectors would become the scalpers, in the sense that not scalpers because they wouldn't be reselling, but because there just isn't enough product to go around anyway. That it's not just like people hoarding it that's an issue. It's the fact that there's just so many people buying it who actually want to open it and collect it. There's just too much interest and too much of that demand also. Although it doesn't help that people are deciding to put it in their closets and deciding that that's how they want to invest in these types of things with modern product. So yeah, I view it as growing pains. No, you don't need to freak out about people being toxic. I would say give people patience and the benefit of the doubt, and don't judge people too harshly. So if someone's really toxic to you, think to yourself, they're probably having a bad day. They're probably stressed out about their cards. They have something going on. Be patient, invite them into the community. Don't try to push people out. That's always how I've been. I think you should encourage people to treat you respectfully by treating them respectfully and by treating others the way you want to be treated. So I have bad days. I blow up at people. I can be rude, all those sorts of things. And I really appreciate it when someone else can, be patient with me, not write me off. Or, and one thing that happens on the internet all the time is someone takes a clip of me. We have so many hours of us speaking, thousands of hours, and someone intentionally takes something out of context that we said to argue with us or to be angry with us or be irritated with us, or, and I think that we don't want to take people out of context either. So when someone makes a comment that we take negatively as influencers, we may be taking it too negatively because we've gotten a lot of that comment that day, because we're tired of dealing with the negativity or the hate. And for people to know, it's we get lots and lots of comments. So if we get 100 comments asking us the same question or disagreeing with us or not understanding what we think we're arguing, we might snap or might get frustrated. And so I think it works both ways, that everyone just kind of treat each other well, be patient, particularly during a time like this. So that's like my perspective. That's why I went on like the Frosty Caribou channel, just to try and like take the hate, see those messages. Like it was unbelievable, the chat, just like how hateful, like people hated me and hated her, unbelievable, for talking about how like we should probably all like relax and and chill out and not, and this stuff isn't food and water, so it's
yeah. See, this is where our personalities differ.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
And not, and again, neither of us are right or wrong. You're, like you said, you're patient and inviting and welcoming for new people. For me, the way that I want to be treated and the way that I am more motivated is to be scolded, is to be pushed away, is to be blunt and straightforward with someone. Yeah. When you come in asking all these questions and expect an answer from me and get upset that I don't answer you or give you anything, like, to put in some work, become somebody, get 1,000 followers, do something, put the time in, put the effort in, and I'll help you. Like this is one thing that happened with PokeRev. Great friends with Nick. He puts time aside to hop on my podcast. He's more than happy to do it again. There's been, when I first started jumping into YouTube, I wanted to collaborate with him, do a couple of videos, like, hey, I'll drive out, we can open some packs, do something like this. And he straight up told me, no, I don't have the time, but put in the work and we'll make it happen. Because there was literally zero benefit for him to do a video with me, just from a content business perspective, right? And for initially, I was a little thrown off, like, hey, I thought we were friends, like, help me out. And then right away, I just switched my mind back into business mode. And like, okay, this makes complete sense. This motivates me, makes me want to grind and work and get to that point to do that. And although my path went a different way and I stopped doing YouTube consistently and trying to grow, but to me, that's the right way of doing it, of motivating someone that way, tell them how hard it is, like just giving them a hard response and hopefully getting them to toughen up and put in the work. And that's why I'm not a therapist. That's why you're a therapist. And like, it's just two different personalities, and some people respond to it differently. I'm sure I upset a lot more people than you do, but I think to me, the few people that take that in and get motivation from it and become a better person, a stronger person, and grind, they'll become more successful. So it's just two completely different personalities.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I can't imagine not having a friend on my podcast, or not going on my friend's podcast, because it's not a business incentive for me. Taking it well.
I mean, whatever. Yeah, but I mean, like, to me, like, I completely understand. Like, for someone like Nick, especially, just sorry for calling him out, right? He's got 2 kids. He's got his wife. He's does way too much on YouTube, opening thousands of packs. And I mean, he still put aside 2 hours for me late at night to record, but to do other stuff, that was the thing. I was building the podcast up to a point where he was like, okay, he's putting in the work. I'm going to do a video with him. But, when I had asked him at first, I waited a while before I was able to, he saw me working at it, and like, he was paying attention. He was a friend. He wanted to push me to do this, to do something. And then he did it. I mean, it still didn't benefit him in any way. But I think he just understands that's one way. That's how I was motivated, and that's how he probably is motivated the same way, I would assume. And so it's just two different personalities and two different ways about going about life, I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm curious to see some comments.
No, it's a really interesting conversation. It's a great conversation. I think that gosh, let me think what I want to say. Yeah, I think it all depends on your motives. I think that if his motive is to inspire you, then that's, and let's leave Pokey Rev alone maybe. And but
well, no,
but,
again, this is all positive.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
if his
I mean,
motivation is to like help you and support you by motivating you, that's one thing. If his motivation, if it's like, yeah, and so then that's supportive. That's him doing what he thinks is best for you. So yeah, I would never have any issue with that. You know, if it's that there's nothing you can do for me and I'm going to wait till you get bigger so that you can do something for me, and that's the only reason I go on people's channels is if they can do something for me, that I don't like.
Well, so, that's clear. That's sorry if that's how it came off of me expressing that. That's not what I meant at all. But clearly he does plenty of things with smaller creators and shout outs and all that with the mystery boxes he buys and all that stuff. But it was clear inspiration, motivation for me to do it. So
I mean, I think part of what you were saying before, was, and the way that I feel is that I certainly feel underappreciated at times, by the Pokemon community, by the audience. To touch on a point you were making before, that I'm sitting here and I'm giving a lot of time, and I actually own these extremely valuable cards and actually built it up and actually have the buying and selling knowledge to do all of this. And I'm coming on here and I'm sharing that knowledge and I'm trying to give as accurate or best information as I can. And when people, mischaracterize me or put me down or put my motives down or whatever, it's like, you're mistreating me. Like I am being mistreated in those moments because my intention is to give away basically extremely valuable information to people that I believe in, that some of it may be helpful, some of it may not be, but the intention is good. And so I think that whoever the creator is, if they're intending to do that and then they get met with, the sort of negative responses or negative characterizations, I think that that's difficult to deal with. And so I do understand, going back to what we were talking about earlier, is like not having the patience to like respond positively to those comments, or respond at all. And then it's like when you get those Instagram messages or messages that seem like demanding, like you owe someone an answer to something because they've watched your streams. And it's like, well, I've actually given away lots and lots of free information every week on my streams, and people can ask me any of these questions. And I'm giving that away basically for free, right? I mean, there are people who are Patreon members of this channel who are supporting the channel and paying for that in some way, funding it. But I make it, in like 2 months, I make that much on like single deals, like all the time. So it's not like I'm not making a lot of money or any significant money from this channel experience. It's a label of like passion. And what I get from it is the engagement with the community, the positive feedback, the enjoyment. I love talking about this stuff, right? So you and I would be talking about this stuff in private if we weren't talking about it publicly, because we're passionate. And so it's easy to come on here and do it. And with an audience, it's fun and enjoyable. But I do think from the audience perspective, understanding that like what's happening and where, like, I'm studying the markets for hours every week. I'm engaged. I'm learning about all these other markets. I'm doing all these things. So if I get a question wrong or I miss out on one tiny thing and someone catches it, like, oh, you misspoke slightly on that, or he's just too bearish and doesn't think things through. It's not very nice to go back to that toxicity about. So I think that us treating the audience really nice and them hopefully treating us nice is what's great. But it is the internet, and there are people who just want to get that high of like, I want to knife this guy. Like, this guy's too positive or nice, and I have that instinct. I just want to, put that knife in there. But with all that, said, and to go back to that question, I think that it's growing pains for everyone. And I have seen there has been more questioning people's motives. I think some of which is good and healthy, and some of which I think I talk about and have questioned, because I do think that it's important to question people's motives if they're not really telling the full side of the story or not really sharing what they're really feeling. And if you really get a feeling from a content creator or something like that, that they're manipulating you or they're shilling up their own product, or there's lots of stories of that happening. And so it becomes this difficult thing of deciding how much do I trust the content creator, who do I listen to, who do I like, and particularly on non-hype channels. I watch some channels where I feel like the audience just asks the content creator and the content creator tells them like exactly what they probably want to hear. And that may also be what the content creator believes. But on channels like mine or yours or Squeak's, where people, where I will disagree and push back on the audience or say that I don't think that's right, or I think you're not thinking about, and be a little bit more like that, it doesn't get all positive votes, and you do get negative comments and people are really angry with you. So I don't know. It's all part of it. What do you think? And I know that, you obviously have a different channel in the sense that you're doing these kind of conversations, which creates this interesting dynamic, because it's not just like how much they like you, but it's also how much they like your guest, and what your guest says versus what you say. And, what do you think about that?
Mine's all about storytelling and getting to know people and the collectors. And I try to avoid, the stuff that I've done with Squeaks, the collectible conversation, has more market focused and event or current event discussions. And then again, just the one with Gary is answering questions that people have for him and for me. So I've always tried to avoid the financial side of discussions. I'm not well versed on all the I guess existing analytical research like that you do with comics and coins and art and all that. And that's just something that I can't express not in a good sense for people to know. Or to teach them on, because I just don't know it that well, so I won't speak about it. I just like telling the stories and having good vibes. But again, the whole negativity thing and responsibility thing of being an influencer, to me, is the whole I don't owe anybody anything. Like I'm doing this for my enjoyment. I'm doing it for the few people that are positive to me, that do enjoy it. And if you have anything negative to say, don't watch it, leave. I don't care. I don't know. There's not much to be said on it.
No, it's a great conversation, and I appreciate you just, sharing. And you may change your mind. Like, it's the type of thing too, where it's like, depending on the time of day, you might have a slightly different answer.
Yeah.
There might be times where it's like you're more patient with the person like that, and then other times where you're like, it's just not worth it because I'm not making that much money from this. I'm not really looking to build a business, and you're being particularly rude and irritating right now. Like, I was about to swear. I'm not going to swear.
You don't swear. You don't swear on this channel?
No, I don't swear because people tell me they actually watch us with their kids sometimes, which is interesting because it's pretty adult investee content. But
what the? I could have muted my mic there. Are you not monetized?
I'm monetized.
You are monetized. People are talking about monetization and
I think there are also a lot of like YouTubers who watch this. So this is a really helpful conversation because a lot of people are smaller YouTubers who watch this, or bigger YouTubers who watch this. So
yeah, and the whole like appreciation side of things too. I think anybody can get there, but it's a matter of going by YouTube algorithm rules and doing what they want you to do so that you could become popular and get more viewership, and more positivity will come along with that. But that's not something that I want to do. I don't think it's something you've wanted to do right now. I'm sure it could change, but
I think it's also fair. And one thing I mentioned on Frosted Caribou's stream was like, it's also like, I may not be that good at this. Like, you may not be as good as some other people at it. So there's this constant balancing of like, is some of it that when we get negative feedback, it's actually fair critical feedback versus the type of feedback that's unfair. It's complicated.
Squeak's acting like a saint out here. I wish I could internalize radars. I don't owe you anything, like even 10%.
Yeah, I know Squeaks is
Squeaks
definitely
is,
takes things to heart, you know, and I do too.
yeah, yeah. No,
I
but
don't know.
you,
I might be somewhere in the middle of you guys, at least at this point. But I also like I've been doing it longer than Squeaks in the sense that I was like making pretty regular content about the bubble during the highest mania point, and I was getting so much negativity
mhm.
about it that I like that helped me kind of, you know, learn how to like take it in a positive way where it helped me think more critically about what I was doing and
Mhm.
like be more humble, but not lose complete faith or trust in myself. You know, where it's like, you know, where it's like I'm still going to go out there and I'm going to speak and say what I think, and I'm not going to be intimidated or bullied by people who have an agenda probably for me to say just positive things and euphoric things, that type of
Yeah.
thing. So but yeah, I mean, people, please share in the you know, in the comments or in the chat right now, just how it's been for you. And I think all that stuff is really related to that question of just the toxicity or the challenges in the hobby right now. And
Yeah, I mean the the rough answer and rough thing to do to remove toxicity is to remove yourself from it all, which is very difficult to do because then you don't interact with your community, you don't interact with your friends, you don't interact with those people. So you start to, I mean, I've done that to a point now, especially in the past couple months, because I've been busy doing other things where I've really removed myself from. I haven't hung out in Squeaks Discord very often, E4 at all. Again, I haven't really been making my own videos. So like I'm not seeing a lot of this anymore because I've removed myself from it. And that's also taken out a lot of enjoyment on my behalf of this whole thing as well. Like,
yeah,
you know, I mentioned to you earlier of me just kind of being overwhelmed and losing and wanting to go do other things. And that's again because I've removed myself from it. So um it's really like, again, you'll get out of anything that you do, you get out of it what you put in, whatever that saying is. I think I screwed it up, but yeah, I mean, the more
for sure.
time and money and passion and effort that I put in the Pokemon, I got a ton of enjoyment out of it. I loved every moment of it. And now that I'm stepping back and not putting as much effort into it, not as much time into it, it's not as enjoyable to me because
Yeah.
I'm doing other things. So it's just how
Yeah.
things work.
It's also the type of thing too. It's like to go into to another thing is like, how do you, like for you, like how do you keep finding guests you want to talk to? How do you keep finding new content? That grind of running a podcast and finding new interesting people to talk to, and what are you going to talk about? And scheduling all of that. That's a lot more of a grind than just I can turn on the camera at any time and just talk for a few minutes about anything.
Mm-hmm.
If you're running a channel like that, yeah. So there's different amounts of work and stress that go into all of that. And you know, one thing that I want Pokemon vlogs.
Yes.
And that's what I'm
Yes.
hoping you will do. I want to see you out in the community, wheeling and dealing, buying and selling, like Sasha T, the sports cards channel. I want
Mm-hmm.
like good music in the background, like just relaxed, fun, you know, talking a little bit about dropping a little bit of wisdom here and there, but it's a more kind of like chill, laid back, traveling vlog feel. And I feel
Mm-hmm.
like your personality and what you like to do would be perfect for that. Have you seen Sasha T's channel?
Yeah. Yeah. And that's something that I like really I talked about it in one of my episodes
Yeah.
of Squeaks of wanting to do something like that, but it's tough. Like I tried to do it with Dubai and I filmed a whole bunch of it and
Yeah.
I tried to put it together and I didn't know how to put it together. And I don't think I filmed the right things to make it look the right, to make it look good. And I think a big aspect of doing that type of content is having access and availability to other people at a whim.
Yeah.
So doing it where I am is very difficult because I don't have any friends here that do Pokemon like I do. There's also not deals happening in places constantly. So I am hoping to move to LA here soon for this job. And if that does happen, I think that is the perfect opportunity to do this because
Yeah.
then,
That'd be sweet.
I've got these other collectors down there. You've got Frank and Sons I can go to. I've got a lot of things happening that it can start filming and getting into that. I mean, really just LA vlog lifestyle. And if it happens and I figure it out, I would love to do that, because I had personal Pokedex on my podcast, and to me, they were like the original Poke vloggers. Him and Alan Tort would record themselves doing Craigslist deals,
Yeah.
going through all the packages they got off of eBay together. And that was like, I love that content, and we don't see that anywhere.
Yeah. I'm hearing people talking about Randolph taking a step away. I really like Randolph. I've gotten a chance to know him a little bit personally. I've really enjoyed talking to him. And he's definitely trying to figure out exactly like what is going to make him happy again too in creating content. But I think we'll definitely be making more videos for people. And people love him, and really take to his personality and connect with him, which, he has a special way of connecting with certain types of people that I think is awesome. So,
yeah, I've been meaning to get in touch with him, because we talked not too long ago, and I could tell he was ready to take a break, and I just didn't dive into it with him.
Yeah.
But I mean, when it's really difficult. I mean, from a Pokemon business standpoint, YouTube, really any industry that blows up the way it does, like Pokemon is, it's so hard to take a step away, because there's so much money that can be made in a day. And if you miss that opportunity, you miss that moment, it can change things. And
for sure,
when you're someone like Randolph, who was very aware of this Logan Paul thing happening, the first box break, and where it could take him in his channel, and the fact that it did work and blow up his channel, he had to grind out daily videos because there was so much reward there. And that led to a burnout, and which sucks. But
it's funny. I stopped. My lowest month growth of the year was during that month, because I stopped making content because I was so grossed out by everything. And I kind of wish I had made content, because then my channel would have been bigger at this point. But it's this weird thing of like, I don't know. I just couldn't do it. It's like, I couldn't go out there and give the people what they wanted. Like, they didn't want to hear from me, that was, I had this feel like they don't want to hear the, like, let's take it, deep breath. Here's the downside risk. The nuanced, it was like, they want to hear, here are the top 5 modern things to buy. They want to hear you basically tell them every video, you're buying the right things here. Here's $1,000. What should I spend? What should I buy with $1,000? I don't want to hear all of your price history, nuance, and all of how to negotiation skills and all the psychology of the market. And I want to hear from you, YouTuber, the 5 things I should buy right now. They're going to make me the most money, and I just was unwilling to make that, content.
And think about this. I timed out perfect. So I had a stretch of 3 podcasts. It was, I think it was Gen Mint, PokeRev, TCA Gaming, in the prime time of PokeTubing in November. And at PokeRev at most got 5,000 views, which was a lot. But I've had Leonhardt, Real Breaking Nate, Randolph at his peak of PokeTubing. I had everybody on my podcast, and I was going nowhere. It was 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views. And it only helped when they shared it on their YouTube or whatever, and I got a little bit more. But that to me shocked me that I didn't get anywhere. I had
the way the algorithm works. It's like, and I think
exactly
motivated, like, people have already seen these guys talk forever on their YouTube channels. So why do they want to see you, who they may not know, interview them? Are you going to have more interesting ideas? Is it going to get to the point? I think most people were looking for answers, like financial answers, like PokeRev blew up around the financial answers. Yes, definitely the pack opening. He was doing those weekly, where people were asking questions on what to buy, and those were huge. And he was getting tons, and then Leonhardt and those guys were are very much in their sort of space of, pack opening fun, looking at cards, talking a little bit about the prices, but not the financial stuff, but just like seeing the rarest boxes opened and huge amounts of packs opened, and Leonhardt opening like the first new set. That's like where their thing is.
Yeah, like I mean my interview with Leonhardt is probably like one of the very few videos of him out there that's not excited YouTube personality. Like it's different. I really thought that it would attract a lot more viewers, a lot more people, because it took that YouTube face out of the way, that YouTube personality out of the way, and showed these people, shared their stories, shared their love with Pokemon, instead of pulling a $5 card and jumping out your chair and being all excited about it. So
yeah. And one thing that's really hard about YouTube, and this is really important for everyone in the chat too, is that you don't know, is it you or in your content, or is it that the algorithm just hasn't picked it up yet? Because
100% the algorithm, 100%.
Yeah, because there are stories, and Jarvis talked to me about this too, like with all of his friends who have gotten big, there are endless stories of people who for years made the exact same type of content, got almost got very similar views for sort of smallish channels, and then they just kept doing what they were doing, and one day it just took off. And I've heard things about like if you get to about 15,000 subscribers, like you're like you start getting more, like the way that it works is you have to grind out that first part, and then once you get there, it starts as like, I don't know if anyone really knows. I know that I talked to the guy who's supposed to know all the answers to this, who works for YouTube, in a room on Clubhouse once, and we were asking him these types of questions and talking about it, and he was just like, well, just the usual stuff. The YouTube algorithm cares about click-through rate and this and that, and it's like, well, I don't know.
But like we could increase, if you just lead people to my video, it'll do that. It'll do that well, right? I mean, you put it as the recommended video after everybody else's, it'll get tons of views. It's just
And the argument is that because when they do that, or they try out your video, the way that I've heard it works is like they'll try out your video, and if your video doesn't get a certain number of people to click on it, then they won't try out your video again. They'll try out other videos, and there's so much competition in that space. Yeah. And then that's where you get to go to the Frosted Caribou points we talked about in that video. You get that incentive to make flashy thumbnails and to put big prices in the titles, and
that works. That's a beer label. That's packaging. That's that's why you buy certain, like
it's just not necessarily good. It's just not necessarily good for people, and that's part of the issue.
Well, if there's a cereal box with a leprechaun on it and a bunch of colors, I'm going to buy that over a plain yellow box with a C on it for Cheerios. Like, it's just
I think it's why the argument, and Pat Flynn and I are we're talking about this. It's why the argument was like, well, if you do both, Jake, that's the way you can succeed. So don't sacrifice the work you're putting in and the content and the knowledge, but dress it up in a way that people are actually going to click on it and give it a chance, and figure out how to put it in a more punchy way where people can listen and grab it, like that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think the dumbest saying in the world is don't judge a book by its cover. That's what the cover was made for, to judge the book. Like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. And that's what a YouTube thumbnail is. It's there for you to judge what you're going to see. That's exactly what it is. And that's why people will click on it, and it makes complete sense to me.
Yeah. And then it goes back to, I think that it's what's hard about YouTube, and if I'm being like totally transparent, might as well today. I want to do this channel about 70% of the time, probably to 80%, which is probably pretty good and pretty high. And what I mean by that is like
80% of the time of what?
80% of the work that I put on this channel, I want to be doing and enjoy doing.
Okay.
And then the extra probably 20 to 30% is like, I feel like I need to do that in order to grow it, to make enough money eventually that it's worth doing the channel financially in any sort of way. And this is what I'm still trying to figure out, is like, because that's my competitive side, right? Of wanting to make money and or wanting more subscribers and or wanting to have a big channel that I think I deserve, or that I think the level of work or content or knowledge deserves. And and then it goes back and forth. And I've had different voices of like, maybe I should just do what I want, which is a little bit less, and only do it when I want. But that's just not the way YouTube works.
Mm.
You know, YouTube wants the regular. YouTube wants you to, you know, put in the editing, putting in the little stuff we're doing on the channel. And if I don't do that, it won't recommend the videos. You know, it won't. So I don't know. It's tough. It's tough.
I mean, that's where, you know, you have to treat it as a business if it's something you really want. I mean, you're not going to start a random merch business and not put any money into it and hope it blows up. You know, that's where the decision lies in, all right, is this a valuable enough venture for me to put money into paying an editor and paying an editor, got it. And even possibly paying like an assistant to do the scheduling for your guests, like investing in yourself to make this turn into what you want. And that's just money being thrown out the door, but that's what a business is. So if you want to treat it that way, then that's the way to take a shot. That's how you, that would give you the best shot. And I've considered that a lot because I'm not good at editing. I don't want to edit. It's the worst part of any of this for me. Yeah. I simply don't even want to make thumbnails. Like, as quick as I'm creative enough to do it. I'll come up with some ideas for videos and it's fun to put together, but I just hate the tedious little work of that. I would love to have somebody just do it for me. I can critique it and say, make it better. But I just didn't want to put the money towards it. And I still don't think I do.
Yeah. And it's hard when it's this dual thing. And I think this is true for both of us, where it's like, it's a passion and enjoyment project, but is it also a business? And how much of it is a passion hobby? How much of it is a business? And if it's just passion, how much are you actually going to do it? And then how enjoyable is it going to be? And then if it's just business, is it going to be enjoyable? And where do you strike that like balance? And I know Squeaks is going through this too, I'm sure, you know, over there. Because I saw a post from him and, you know, just saying like doing the daily upload, it's just the rigor of it, you know, and only talking about Pokemon when it's like I want to talk about DBZ. I don't want to talk about Pokemon all the time. And I love Pokemon, but it's like people come here for the Pokemon and that's where I have most of my knowledge, you know? So
yeah, it's about building that base and then hopefully breaking out from there. Cause I've always wanted to be a Twitch streamer. And there was a time where I was doing it diligently. I was playing League of Legends. I love League of Legends. I had friends to play with all the time. And like I grinded to get affiliated so I could get that subscribe button. And like, I mean, I played for hours and hours and hours of having 1 viewer, 2 viewers, 3 viewers. I was doing it and I finally got there and it was awesome. But yeah, it just got to a point where I hated playing League of Legends because I was doing it too much and I wanted to do other things. And I've even seen that now where I've used my Pokemon Radar name to go on Twitch and I'd get 50, 60 viewers looking at Pokemon cards on Yahoo Japan or on eBay. Yeah. And then one day I would go play League of Legends again because I felt like playing a video game and I'd have 2 viewers, 3 viewers.
Yeah.
And it just didn't correlate. You know, people would pop in and see I'm playing a league and they'd leave because they just wanted Pokemon from me. Yeah. And I just don't think that would ever be a lifestyle I'd want to live is a single dimensional content creator. That sounds just devastatingly depressing to me. And as lucky as, you know, as I'm sure as awesome as it would be to be able, you know, some people do that. I mean, like the success that PokeRev has, that Leonhardt, Unlisted Leaf, these guys have doing this. I just can't imagine doing only Pokemon every day for that long. As much as I like it, I love Pokemon, but I'm not that. I have so many other interests and I'm not that type of person to do that.
Of course, you know, and I think that and I talked to Ramsaw about this. We had Ramsaw on the channel. We asked him this exact question, you know, because Ramsaw does like that DBZ, you know, stuff. And it's like, what's that like? that
Yeah.
grind, and also like never going on vacation or rarely going on vacation and just doing it
Yes.
every day. So I think to summarize, it's a few things. One, do you have the ability and the skill, and are you good enough? and that and that is something that you don't know until you make it. And I think that that's just fair.
Right.
So I wouldn't assume that you can, that everyone here can have a big channel, you know, or has things that a lot of people want to hear or want to do. And I don't mean to say that in a harsh negative way. And I mean that to myself and to you as well. I think it's an important thing. Two, do you want to do it? And that's one of the big things we're talking about, of like, do you want to give it that full shot? And like, what does that full shot actually entail to get to that level? And how much effort and work and time and rigor and consistency, you know, do you need to do? And then you get trapped into making that content for
It's
one audience that you may want to spread out with, and then can you? And you know,
it's that typical question of asking billionaires, how can I do what you do? And it's not a question of that. It's a question of, do you want to do what I did to do what I do?
Yeah.
Because there's that huge gap in there of shit. Excuse me. I forgot, no swearing here.
Okay.
Of just awful grind and work to get to that point. And you have to ask yourself that question is, do you want to do what that person did to do what he does? And that's the real question. And and to your point about, am I actually good at this stuff? So like Swami just posted about the Dubai vlog.
Yeah.
I realize I do not have the skill set or knowledge to create a proper entertaining vlog.
Yeah.
I've never done it before.
Learn, right? It's something you can
definitely something I could learn.
Like Sasha's channel has gotten so much better. Like if you watch Sasha, like his recent videos are awesome. A lot of his previous videos, they're like yours, John, in the sense that they're like lower quality, talking to someone, interesting conversations, and people watch them and like them, like yours. But it's when he upped that production value that it's so pleasant to watch. It's the same thing with my channel. Like I don't think my channel is that pleasant to watch all the time, because there's a lot of speaking. It's complicated ideas. It's new. It's not quick and easy and relaxing and soothing, you know, and it doesn't get people the answers they want all the time. So it's figuring out like what people want and like, and then can you make that, you know?
And can you mix it into what you want and like as well? Because you need to keep that motivation and that grind going. And I mean, like that's probably the thing with Randolph, right? He made it off of music. He's a rapper. He loves doing that. I haven't seen that content come from him in a long time.
Yeah.
And he hopped on this Pokemon train, which he also loves and enjoys, but he got burnt out from it. So maybe he needs to revisit his music career again and find that new motivation and spark to keep making content and creating.
Yep.
Jake, it's very enjoyable at 2x speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can tell by the level and the depth of questions on this channel that the people who watch and engage on this channel are serious, generally have businesses or are serious collectors, investors, really interested in the data. But like Sasha's channel might be some of that, but also just people who just want to like watch something chill and relaxing and soothing. And I think in order to be a big channel, you probably need to, and you probably can accomplish both of those things. And I think it's that skill in videography, you know, it's the skill in videography. It's the skill of actually running a beautiful YouTube channel that I have zero experience in, and frankly, not that much interest in. You know, I like hanging out with people and talking with people and engaging with people, not so much spending hours creating a beautiful video. It was just never my interest.
Yeah, I'd love to be a personality and do all that, but just have nothing to do with creating the video. If I could pay a cameraman to follow me around and pay an editor and just have the whole team do it, I truly think I would love it. But again, I either just have to shell out the money to try it, or I need to go through that grind of what I hate doing to try to make it happen. Both sides is a risk. One is a risk of my time. The other is a risk of my money. So what do I value more?
Yeah.
And I'm at a situation in my life where both of them are pretty equal. So I can't make that decision. It's just too difficult.
Yeah. Well, either way, it's the journey, right?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
so it's, and I think that this stuff is the real stuff that people think about and everyone thinks about. So,
Yeah. I'm on a positive note. I mean, I
yeah.
never thought I would be here in my life. I am so happy to,
Well,
sure, there's,
I generally hate you, and so I understand why you'd think you'd never be on this channel. But you know, I know you've been dreaming of coming on here for one of the live streams for a long time, and you're welcome.
don't lie.
Yeah, you were saying something else.
I was your inspiration. I was your inspiration to start this.
I never heard of Pokemon until I saw Pokemon Radar. And so
I mean, you know, of course, I have all my down days from my personal life and all that, but from a Pokemon standpoint, a financial standpoint, never thought I would be in this position at 27 and being able to share my life like this, share my success with people like yourself, create new friendships with people like yourself and Squeaks and everyone else. It's truly incredible. And, you know, I wouldn't trade any of this past few years of Pokemon for anything else. So,
oh yeah,
it's
I mean,
been,
for my mental health this year, it's been huge having this. And like my girlfriend would tell you guys, like just losing basketball, crushing for me. Like
yeah.
like you know, just losing that, hanging out with the group of guys, like playing competitively, playing games, and then losing like my band and being able to play and perform for people. Like I can perform here, right? I can talk and hang out. This is, you know, a type of performance. So it allows me to have that outlet. It has the social outlet, and then I've met so many people.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I've been a very social person my entire life.
yeah.
And after college, I moved out to San Jose, California, not knowing anybody there, for a company that it was literally, we opened up an office. It was me and one other guy. And I was like, how do people make friends outside of college, outside of sports, outside of school events, whatever? And I just could not figure it out. And it was so difficult living there. And Pokemon like saved me from that. It created that social aspect. And then, yes, diving into this ridiculous pandemic, Pokemon made it so great for me. I mean, financial side to the side, just mental health literally saved me. Like so many people, although it's struggling financially, I think mentally it's been on a whole nother level for others. So the fact that I've had this outlet has been incredible.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess we can, on that note, we can take some more questions from you guys if you want. We can go back and talk a little bit about Pokemon. I know we said we would talk Pokemon, and then this is Pokemon, but it's more
this is real life
content creation. It's real life, man.
Yeah, this is the real stuff. Pokemon's just a facade, man.
Why does Radar have eggs on his shelf? It's an important question that needs to be answered.
Oh no, those are cartons for my mugs. Are we talking about Tops eggs? I only have one.
He's a big pusher of eggs. We've got one of the main culprits who have been pushing up the egg.
After all this, I guess reconciliation of Metazoo and everybody giving them a second chance, I think I have to tone down my idea for a box opening video in my bathtub.
Oh, it's going to be great though, man.
And lighting cards on fire to see if they power up. Sorry, Michael, if you're still here.
Maybe Michael will be for that, although it might be hard to see some of his precious cards be destroyed.
Well, at this point, they're like thousands of dollars, so that would be rough.
Yeah. People giving you a lot of positive comments about your channel.
Thank you.
No need for the daily uploads. You know, we'll watch you when you feel like it, when you can upload. Let's see. I saw someone trying to ask a bunch of the same question over and over. I will answer it. I don't know where it is. I think it was a question on like Shining Fates.
Oh yeah.
Like, what are my feelings on Shining Fates or something?
Radar, I'd love to see a live stream of you negotiating price on a card. Yeah, see, like I've all these big deals I've done recently, I've considered like filming the phone calls and or recording the phone calls and filming the deals going down, but it just doesn't feel right or legal. So I haven't. I wish I did. I wish I did. I think I've recorded some phone calls, and I don't know where I put them, where the recordings are, if I even still have them. But just because they were like interesting. Like I think I recorded a conversation with Logic and with Aoki when I first started talking to him. I don't know if I deleted them or not after realizing like, yeah, this is probably not okay. So
John is actively psychotic. He doesn't actually know these people. These are
imagine.
No.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that would be really cool. I mean my favorite stuff is just the like, yeah, going to card shows, seeing people like buy slabs, making deals. You know, it's that fun of what got me into it in the first place, of hunting. You know, it's the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
The so much of the fun is that hunt, and to take people on that hunting journey is like as good as it gets, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, this is another thing too. Like I ask questions to people sometimes that aren't like a normal thing for people to ask. It's like a socially unacceptable thing to do. But I've asked Gary, like, hey, let's film your storage locker today. Let's save it in time. I won't say anything. I won't post it until like 20 years down the road. And the same thing with S. Pratt. I've asked him many times, hey, I want to record with you, ask you all these questions, talk about all these things happening so we can have it saved in this moment in time, and then like periodically have more conversations. And then I've done that and I've talked to actually the Dubai collector. He's actually down to do it. To record some things about all these deals, all these happenings in the moment now, while it's fresh in our brains and exciting, right? And because I mean that's what they did with the Michael Jordan documentary, right? They filmed that in 1997, 96, and they didn't release it until 20 years later or whatever it was. Like I want to do that, but it's difficult because I'm competing with some of these people I'm asking for all this information on, and it's like it's just not something that it's a very trustworthy thing. And I also don't think I'm the right person to do it. I'm not a journalist by any means. So if there was somebody out there that can put together a story like that and an idea together to share 20 years down the road to get this insider information from everybody that, we have to keep private for whatever reason, legal reasons, I think would just be really cool. And it might just be cool to me and 20 other people, but maybe it would be really cool to the world in 20 years. I don't know what Pokemon will be like.
Yeah, I think that's the other cool thing is like the really historic deals or the really historic collections or whatever. Mm-hmm. Those are videos that will be watched for 10 to 15 years and will be talked about for a long time. When you open your first edition pack opening video, right? Like that continues to get watched. Mm-hmm. Gem in Pokemon, like some of him, completing some of those sets for the first time. Like those videos will be historic and are always going to be watched because it's a historic piece of the hobby. Mm-hmm. And certainly Gary is a living legend and part of the history of Pokemon cards in a lot of ways. So there's a lot to document in terms of his journey and some of the deals and some of the cards that he has.
But that would be cool. It would just be a huge passion project, very expensive and difficult to gain everybody's trust to do so. But maybe one day. Yeah, 30 for 30 on Pokemon.
All right. So lucky cases. I don't think Shining Fates has lived up to its hype. Any thoughts? Any thoughts on Shining Fates?
Um, I don't remember what the hype was. I think it's doing just about as well as we all thought it would do. Um,
Yeah. I think it's doing probably so there's definitely I think quite a bit of hype right before. I think when it first came out, because the Charizard was easier to pull because
mm,
there's less full arts and there's more babies. And a lot of those came out right away. Like, do you remember we were actually talking to someone who had just pulled one of the first Charizards?
yeah,
And it was like, what should we do with this? Like, there's probably a time,
yeah,
we should probably get this like black labeled immediately and get that out there as soon as possible, because there was a lot of, I think, hype. And I think that the prices on those Charizards due to the ease of pull. And also I think a little bit of the Charizard burnout
mhm.
from all of these Charizards.
And overshadowed by everything else that was going on.
Yeah,
Um,
I do think there's some of that. I think in the long run, that stuff doesn't matter. What matters at the end of the day is supply and demand in the long run, not demand in the short run.
mhm.
That set is going to be forever linked to Hidden Fates. Hidden Fates is always going to do well and be popular. The real problem with Hidden Fates is going to be the supply side. And then is there enough demand to warrant those prices to continue to go up, or is some vintage stuff just going to always have such a supply advantage that the numbers just don't ever work in Hidden Fate's favor? But Hidden Fates has no issue in terms of it's not going to be forgotten. That set won't be forgotten. And Shining Fates will be tied to Hidden Fates, which will help it never be forgotten, in my opinion.
And I hope they continue that shiny vault thing as well, and also the accessibility and awareness of the Japanese product. I think is driving down hype of English cards because we're getting a lot of exposure to the new sets early on before they're released.
For sure.
And we're all hyped up while we're opening up the Japanese set releases and excited for English to come out. But by the time it comes around, we're kind of burnt out because we have seen all the cards. We have a bunch of them. We've done a lot of openings. Yeah. So
I think that is true to some extent, at least.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Quality control ruined it. Shiny Star V over Shining Fates.
Thoughts on the 2002 Japanese McDonald's promo cards? I feel they're still slept on as their Japan exclusive artworks, great selection of Pokemon within the set, and they're relatively reasonably priced.
I think they've grown at a healthy rate since the McDonald's promo from this year or last year, whatever. Was it 2021, 2020? I mean, the Pikachu in a 10 is what, like $4 or $5 grand now, and those other hollows are up there as well. I think they're priced well. Packs might be cheap. I should look at that. Now that I think of it.
Yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah, about 800 to 900 probably on the Squirtle. I think the Sunset Mew is around that too.
And the Umbreon, I think, from that set as well is really nice. And
yeah, the non-hollow Umbreon and non-hollow Mew have always been pretty valuable. And then I like the hollow energy cards. I think they're cool. I always they were always very affordable. They are energy cards at the end of the day. I just got an offered expired sign from the lot that I was bidding on.
Oh, Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah, of course. You know it.
I have to stop looking. I've spent too much money on it.
Yes, well, addiction is a very real thing. DBZ addiction.
That's another problem.
Yeah, I would say that these cards have done really well. Just to give you guys a little bit of price history on these, about a year and a half ago, they definitely were creeping up. They're starting to see some movement. These cards you could get them for like $100 in PSA 10 for a while. They're moved up to about 200, 300. Now they're at about, 1,000 or so, or to 2,000 for maybe the Pikachu, which is, if the Pikachu's at 2,000 and the Squirtle's only at 1,000, that's really high for the Pikachu. Because actually the Squirtle and the Charmander were always going closer than that. But let's check the Pikachus here. Pikachus have outgrown a lot of other cards because honestly, there are a lot of sports people who are telling other people in sports that Pikachu is like the most popular Pokemon by far. And I keep hearing it echo like all over the place. And so actually, if you look, like Pikachu has outgrown other cards.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. So Pikachu is only selling for less than 2,000.
So 19... I see one for best offer for 2,000.
March 28th, PWCC 1,902.
1,902. So that's a lot. Here's one that went for 1,500 best offer.
Yeah, I thought they were more.
So,
well, since the
option right now that's only at 1,000, but still has plenty of time left. So who knows?
Since the modern one is selling for 700, 500, 1,000.
Yeah. I mean, I was talking about those a lot on the channel before the McDonald's promos came out in English, and I was telling people that now's actually a really good time to buy the Japanese ones because I think it's going to bring more attention to those, and those are really amazing arts.
Yeah, I think the next Japanese sleeper that hasn't been talked about that probably will soon is all the Trainer Mag promos. I was looking at the trio birds yesterday and the Dragonite, Dragonair, Dratini. They're beautiful artworks. The E-Series era.
I own them. I know them well.
I don't, and I looked at them yesterday, and they're expensive, but I didn't buy them. I mean, expensive. They're like $300 for a 10, which is probably a great price right now. But I don't have the money for it.
Yeah, it's tough. Most things I think have been. I look for price disparities because, and this again goes to one of the things I try to teach people on this channel is like, you have to know the price histories to be able to tell what has moved up a lot. And then you try to reverse engineer, why is this moved up so much? Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? Is there something that hasn't moved up that probably is of equal value and should have moved up? And then you have to think, is the thing that moved up overvalued, or is the thing that hasn't moved up undervalued, or some of both? And, make those decisions. But yeah, and that goes back to this thing we talked about, that one of those first Patreon questions of like, should you do all that work, or should you just buy what you think is the best and just hold it and not worry so much about timing? And I think that that's definitely okay, but particularly now, I actually think because the market is so crazy and I don't know where it's going to settle, I do think that trying to figure out what has moved the least and what should have probably moved more, or where the hype isn't, is probably a good place to start your purchasing. And then outside of that, yeah, just going with rarity is probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Burning Shadows Charizard PSA 10 going up like crazy? All right, let's take a look at that. Going up like crazy, you say, huh? What does that mean?
Well, I remember doing a video on this when it was like $4,000, and I was like, that's ridiculous because I can buy a Master Scroll for like 5,000.
Yeah.
And Squeaks just laughed at me about it. I don't know what they're at now.
Looks like they're at about 4,000
still. So I still just think modern, although it's a hard card to pull, I'm sure it's a somewhat hard card to grade. Well, actually, I remember Squeaks.
On the print run. It was very difficult on one of the print runs.
That's right. Yeah. It was the first Rainbow Rare Chase Modern Charizard, which I guess has some historic value, but still just being a modern card and going for that amount, I can't justify it versus some other purchases. So, I think I can buy a Miracle or a Miracle Diamond or a Black Pearl, a Miracle Pearl, Mysterious Pearl. I think I can buy a Mysterious Pearl for that amount still, 4,000 or 5,000, which sure is not incredibly rare, but it's much rarer than that, and I'd rather buy that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like I'm looking at how much like the Plasma Storm Charizard's going for in PSA 10. I want to say it's like 6,000-7,000 now, which is also really high. But that card is so much cooler for me.
That one's a really low pop, isn't it?
Really low pop and
How,
much more expensive booster packs and booster boxes. And
how many Mothmans can you buy for $4,000?
you could buy 3 Mothmen right now for 3 to 4. I think the prices on Metazoo dipped a little this week. I was saying slightly. All the hate, all the Pokemon haters. Squeaks, you're tanking the market. No, I'm just joking.
He might be. I'm actually upset that they removed that secondary market. I think a card game having their own marketplace for cards for people to sell on is great. I would love for Pokemon to have something like that. I'm sure you disagree, but
I just can think of like so many problems that would come with that, and so many concerns about like what if there's scamming happening and like how is that resolved, and I don't know.
yeah.
Like the company stepping in, like I don't know, it just feels weird to me.
I mean, that's a big responsibility on them to set that up. Because scamming and everything happens on eBay and Instagram and everywhere.
Of
So
course.
why not do it at a dedicated place where true fans, true collectors, true players are able to come together and do it? I feel like there'd be,
if it's harder to get the refund and not have a team step in, and it's easier to get away with. And it doesn't hurt your rating on eBay. It hurts your rating on
Metazoo.com. Yeah.
Metazoo.
All right, fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
I changed my mind.
It feels like sort of something that like could work in the very beginning of something, but not if it actually blew up. I love the idea of being able to like avoid fees in a place where I know there's going to be lots of Metazoo. If I want Metazoo, that's a great. I mean, who doesn't want that?
I guess Magic did it right with their online game, and that didn't really work out. So,
Cool Trainer says he's going to buy a Perning Shadows PSA 10 Charizard. Go for it. Yeah, I think for that price, it's again stamped Worlds promos you can get for that price. Still, you can probably still get like an Art Academy card for that price, and like a 9, if one ever comes up.
yeah, I think that guy just wants to do whatever the opposite is that I say. So,
he's a fan of yours.
Yeah, big fan.
Big fan. Big fan. You got fans out there.
That I do.
Yeah.
Squeaks, we still have to do our stage whatever on our Discord, by the way. We haven't scheduled that. They Discord
on here too.
Discord added their little clubhouse feature.
Oh yeah, by the way, guys, I've been joining Radar and Squeak's Discord. If you guys ever want to join there and hang out, we're doing voice chats and all talking Pokemon in a casual way, just like this.
Squeaks, link it. Put it in the chat.
Yeah, go for it if you'd like to link it.
Spam it. Thoughts on Japanese CP2?
Where's that? Oh.
This guy wants to complete his CP sets.
I
don't know. What is CP2? I know CP6 is evolutions. That's the only one I know.
That's the only one I call by that. So I'm going to have to look up which one that is.
If you need to finish CP6, I got you. I just have this stuff laying around. I need to sell those. I need to do some eBay auctions.
Okay, CP2 is the legendary Shining. It's a Shining Legends, basically.
Shining Legends. Oh.
Legendary Shine Collection, CP2.
That's probably an expensive one, I would assume.
Yeah, I have some of that because I really like it. I really like Shining Legends.
Did the Japanese set have the Japanese set had the Lugia in it? the English one had the Lugia as a promo.
Yes, and it had the Ho-Oh. The Japanese had the Ho-Oh as a promo. Is my recollection. I have a bunch of those somewhere.
The Ho-Oh was the ETB promo.
That sounds right.
Because I had a bunch of them in their sealed original seals, and I left them in binders, and they got ruined.
Ouch.
Yeah, they were all like PSA 6s at best.
How did they get ruined?
I left them in the original packaging and put them in a binder, and that's not a good way to store cards.
It ruined the surfaces.
Yeah. And the edges and the corners. Yeah, just buy singles. If you want to complete any sets, just buy singles. It's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here.
For the sake of this channel, this conversation, I need to open up a Dragon Ball Z pack. Because I'm getting really hungry. So, all right, we'll open up.
Yeah, let's say how about 15 more minutes? We'll give a 15-minute. We'll open up a pack. If anyone wants to ask a question, we will answer your questions. All right, ultra rare time. We're gonna do it. Second ultra rare.
I don't know if this is backwards for people, but so we're opening up Android Saga, guys. The ultra rares are not that exciting from the set.
So what are we looking for in these sets? We're looking for foils, and we're looking for personality foils.
Correct. So each pack, it's interesting. So this is an unlimited pack. There's no stamp, but this is one of the 12 card packs. There's also 10 card packs of unlimited from this set, from this series, which is very odd. I still can't tell if this is, okay, we're good. So you got a whole bunch of commons, of course. Now you dive into the uncommons, the 3 stars, if we can even see that. So no personalities, yeah.
I think it already was. I think foils come in the middle.
So I have 2 cards behind here. So I think I do have a foil in this pack as well.
Oh, that's Panini. Panini's.
Yeah. So this is a little insert. So here's our rare. And then I do have a foil.
Nice. Let's see. Okay.
So we still got a foil. So we got uncommon.
So foils are in 1 and 3 or 1 and 2, depending on the. There's a lot of errors in score.
So I actually have both of these boxes, so I can figure this out. So this is interesting, Jake, for you to know. So I have both unlimited Android boxes.
Yeah.
12 cards and 10 cards. The 12 is 1 in every 2 packs. The 10 is 1 in every 3 packs.
Yeah, I think almost all of the sets have that variation that I've seen.
Yeah, and the Kid Buu Saga, there's a 24 pack box and a 36 pack box. There's so many different variations. It's very upsetting.
Yeah.
Because I wanted them all, and now it's just not possible.
Trying to find my blister packs. Oh well, I shouldn't open one anyway.
Yeah, I think these are too expensive. I need to get a better pull.
I have like lost episodes, like limited edition blister packs that are probably extremely stupid to open.
I opened up limited edition Buu Sagas, and that was stupid.
These unlimited ones are more openable.
Yeah, there's not a foil in this pack, I don't think.
So we're hoping for personality.
Personality, Yamcha. So looking at the condition of this, it's off center, if we can tell. And you can see all the white marks on the edge here, even on this really bad camera. And the surface is all scratched up. It's just really bad.
I feel bad that I have nothing to open here.
That's all right.
Most of my sealed product actually isn't here, like 98%. I do want to do more openings again. I still have some fun things.
Well, you've opened the weird stuff, right? You've opened up like Lord of the Rings and
I haven't on the channel, but I do have some Middle Earth that I can open, which would be fun. I am probably going to open a Metazoo box for the channel at some point, just for fun. And I'm going to open, I can open some more of the art box. The DBZ stuff is just so expensive. It's like breaking open those boxes, and I don't have packs.
Yeah, I mean, these packs cost me probably,
what are they, like $20 each now?
Yeah, 15 or $20 each.
Yeah.
That was $40.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Crazy.
You got like $3 back.
Not even.
No, they're
maybe.
You got $3. You could throw that up for $3. The whole
Yamcha. Yeah.
You got a foil
with the pack arts.
Yeah, I actually think the foils are undervalued, like any of the foils. If the card game does take off and beyond just the ultra rares, like those cards are hard to get, you know?
Man, this card is so cool.
Like to get every card in foil, it takes like if it's a 1 in 3 foil box and there's like 180 cards in the set, that's 1 in every like 550, 560 packs. You're talking about getting that foil. I mean, it's a tremendous amount of packs you have to open to get every foil.
I almost finished Cell Saga and I opened up 700 packs.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all unlimited, but it's almost all foil.
That's amazing. That's actually quite valuable.
Yeah. I probably should try to complete it.
I have it as well.
The full foil?
I have every set almost completed in full foil.
Oh my God. I didn't realize you were doing that. I thought you were just doing the personalities.
And mostly limited too. I've been going hard, John.
Dude. All right, now I'm jealous.
I would say I'm like 65% of the way there across every set, including GT.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, not including lost episodes. I'm missing a lot because lost episodes like seems to be non-existent. They don't exist. That's it.
I'm jealous of that. I should have done that a long time
ago. Gotta work on it, man.
I just don't feel like spending
a couple $1,000 for a couple $1,000 you can like make a lot of progress. Like
pretty big debt.
Yeah, I mean the personalities probably cost like 10-ish thousand. The non-ultra rare ones.
Yeah.
Probably, and then
yeah,
the ultra rares, it's getting silly.
Yeah, I just don't.
Hopefully you have those already.
I guess I've spent a lot on them. No, I just should have done it 6 years ago when I started, and I just never did.
What do you guys think about these? Do you guys like these? I'm curious to hear people's thoughts.
How can you not like this? There's some big boys right there. Yeah. Thanks for opening these packs. That was cool. Yeah, anytime.
This is this guy's super hard to find.
The alternate art or alternate foil?
Well, so they're all alt foils, I've been told, from lost episodes. So you don't have to worry about that. But it's from the hardest. This is probably the rarest pack, and the ultra rares in that pack were, I've heard, like 1 in 12, just like the rest of DBZ versus the rest of GT. It's like, should we talk? I have said nothing about. I've given zero information about these.
I've given very little. Yeah, let's talk about it a little bit.
Let's do it, and then we'll wrap up.
All right.
Okay. For those who are uninterested in this, feel free to leave. Feel free to downvote on your way out.
Pokemon talk never started and it's officially over.
Okay. All right, guys. Okay, so quick DBZ score. Yeah, let's walk them through it.
Let's see. I'll just like pull everything out.
I'll wait for you to pull it up. We can do visual cues, and we can both share our info with you.
I wonder if you've gathered any more, because I know there's just like none out there.
Yeah, I mean, I have some stuff to say. I'm very good at the prices at this point too, and having a sense of what's happening and how much is out there, because I've been watching it so carefully. I've been watching this a lot more carefully even than Pokemon.
I wish I never sold any of this to anybody, but at least I never got rid of.
These are the ultra rares, guys.
Oh, you have them all together. That's cool.
Yeah. I'm still missing a few binder copies. I do have them all if you consider the graded cards now and the cards that I have.
Yeah, I don't have all of them. I just have the ones that I like. All right, this is good enough.
All right, so basically the way that DBZ, so score is split up into two things. It's DBZ score and then it's Dragon Ball GT score. Okay. So starting with the DBZ, we have Saiyan Saga to start. All right. So although this is the base set box. So this box was actually always quite a bit cheaper than the other boxes until recently. Recently this has changed, John, interestingly, but in part because it was printed so much, and in part because it is arguably the worst set in terms of I think kind of almost unarguably, although everything is subjective at the end of the day.
I don't think this,
Holo pattern's bad. The ultra rares are underwhelming. It's just not as good of a set as the other ones. That being said, I still really like it. I'm such a huge Dragon Ball Z fan, and I love the Saiyan Saga, like the episodes, that I still really love the set, and it's the first set. So
the personality cards from the theme decks from Dragon Ball from Saiyan Saga are my favorite.
Are better, yeah, because the ones from the only ones from the are the Cybermen are the only personality cards that you can pull from this. Okay, and what personality cards look like? So this is an example of a personality ultra rare. Yeah. So the personality cards, they have this power up.
Their power levels are on the side.
On the side.
And they also have numbers, which they started off back in the day 1 through 3. They added on a 4th level and then a 5th. And as you play the game, you need a personality. It's like what you pick to play your game, who you're going to be. And throughout the game, you raise your power level and level up.
And the personality cards are generally the most desirable ones. Then there's different levels of rarity. So there's ultra rares. The ultra rares have 6 stars. The rares have 5 stars. And when we talk about stars, we're talking about, if you guys can see, it might be really hard to see, but in the Dragon Ball, there's stars in that Dragon Ball up here. Okay. That's how you know the rarity level is based on the number of Dragon Balls. So the ultra rares, generally speaking, were, particularly for the Dragon Ball Z era, were 1 in 12 boxes. So let that sink in for a second. Now, they've also, I've heard some might be 1 to 8. I've heard some might be 1 to 14. And also different ultra rares seem to be harder to pull. Some seem to be harder than other ones. Score is a mess. But anywhere between like 1 in 8 boxes to like 1 in 16 boxes for some of these harder ones is probably fairly realistic. But then it also will probably depend on the foils per box. There's a lot of, but just imagine that we have nothing in Pokemon. Like it's kind of like what I think Yu-Gi-Oh is like with the what are they called? The
Secrets?
Starlights.
Oh, yeah.
So nothing in Pokemon is this rare in terms of the pull rates. So a lot of people who like opened up tons of Dragon Ball Z as a kid have never pulled an ultra rare.
I never pulled one as a kid.
Yeah, it was one of those things that like any of them, nobody pulled.
I had one friend that had one. That was it.
Yeah, and they were like a huge deal.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Well, so continuing the rarity scale.
Yeah. So
4 stars are the main personalities that you get from theme decks or from starter decks, which every set has a hero and a villain, and they separate it. And there's a variety of characters you can get.
So if we take a card like this, which is from Trunk Saga, which is one of the hardest sagas to get, this is an unlimited. I bought a limited. It's coming. I'm going to show it. That's going to be Yeah,
Oh yeah,
I
I
just
knew that.
I just bit the bullet because I'm like, I don't even know how many more of these are left. Like that's my feeling on a card like that.
Yeah.
So this booster box in unlimited, this is an unlimited version, and you can tell it's limited or unlimited. Can you show a limited one?
Yeah.
Or I can show one.
I got it right here.
So unlimited, it just has this black like circle thing there. Limited has that red sign signal and in the bottom, and it's different colors for different sets. But
It's blue for that one that you have.
yeah. And so for this card, just to do a little math for you guys in terms of price and rarity, the booster boxes, very few Trunks booster boxes come up. Extremely difficult to find, right? The price on a booster box is probably around $2,000 right now. I think a $2,000 box would be sold immediately.
You can buy an unlimited one right now for 2,500 or 3,000. I forget what that was.
Yeah, somewhere in there. So I think a $2,000 price point on this. Now we've had freezes sell for more. We've had Saiyan Saga boxes sell for 2,300. So it's a little crazy right now at the market. But I would say if we want to be conservative, $2,000 on this booster box. Okay. This one seems to be really hard to pull, but let's just say it's like 1 in 12. Okay. Even if it's 1 in 10,
there's only 2 ultra rares from that set. There's sets that have 4 ultra rares or sets that have 2 ultra rares. This set has 2.
So that's 20,000 then plus another. So it's about $40,000 to pull this card if you were to try to open it from on average.
Unlimited.
The unlimited version. Okay. The limited, first of all, there are no booster boxes for sale and you can't find them. There are people trying to sell them for 15,000. I'm not sure if there have been any takers at that level. There are people trying to buy them at $10,000.
There's been offers that I've heard.
There's been offers. No one's biting at around that level. So we're talking about a card that would be worth, you'd have to pull $240,000 probably worth of product to pull one. Okay. So when these cards are only going for $1,000 to $2,000 even, and they were going for a lot less before. I mean, this unlimited card is still probably $700. I was buying mint ones, a $700 to $1,000, right? It's crazy that the something's wrong, something's off here. So now
and I stared at these. I stared at all of these at $50 a piece for 3 years, and I just bought one of them.
So, at the end of the day, right, the issue with these is going to be demand. And that's something that Radar and I can't predict. We can look at DBS and we can say, well, DBS is really taking off. It's natural that these types of cards should see more. They're beautiful cards. They're from the anime. They're extremely rare, difficult to pull. The boxes have certainly achieved very high prices. What's going on here? And there's so little of this product. It just doesn't come up. I mean, the limited mint versions of these just don't come up. And if you look on PSA and you look on BGS, there are 0 of these cards graded in a 10, 3 or 4 graded in a 9, a few graded in an 8, a few graded in a 7. Now there's going to be a bunch more because people are starting to grade these. Part of it was a community that didn't grade cards very much. They didn't really see they're quite a bit behind Pokemon overall as a community in terms of building it up. But I think it's coming. So that's what I've been working on and what I've been excited about. And also both John and I collected these and had these as a kid. So for us, it's super nostalgic and we both love Dragon Ball Z. So it's, I wouldn't suggest, just like Squeaks likes Naruto and I just don't have a connection to Naruto, I wouldn't suggest like buying into these, particularly if you don't have an interest, because they are certainly risky things. But in terms of the fundamentals behind these, if the demand side catches on and if that DBS heat starts to filter back through these, there just are none of these, So there's so many less of these than Pokemon cards, it seems. And then Pokemon boxes, I would compare like the Trunks boxes to less than Deoxys boxes, that type of thing in the world likely. Now we don't know that. That's speculation on our parts. But it's me looking for like 6 to 8 months, trying to track them down, finding one.
I've been doing this for 6 years at a very slow pace. And I wish, obviously, that I did a lot more because I was so early. But yeah, there are still items that I've seen like 1 or 2 of. Like that Trunks box, I saw a couple available in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
Till now, where they finally 2 more, 3 more have come out.
So I will say, when I was buying this, I was buying it for 200. I think I got this for $200. Some of these, they're now 800, 900. So they've quadrupled in value. This item is actually rare. The Marvel cards, not rare. Okay. Middle Earth cards, not rare. Like there are a lot of other TCGs that have seen that 4 times those types of crazy growth. At least these are actually extremely rare cards if they ever become desirable and the demand shoots up. But again, big risk. But all this stuff is risk, So I think if you like them, and you like how difficult they are to pull, and the fact that like these are not being pulled from packs. No one it's not like the Pokemon community where there are more and more of these coming out in mint condition to grade. If you can find mint versions of these and you can grade them, you can charge whatever you want, and people have to pay the prices that you charge because no one else has them. And that's where we're at currently right now in the market. And that's also why it's skyrocketed so much, is that people just stopped taking lower offers. People were just like, I'm not selling anymore for lower. I'm going to wait for this. And you have no choice because others don't come up,
Yeah.
So.
And I've bought some cards at very high prices.
Don has bought some high priced cards for sure. And I've bought one really high priced card. I paid up for that limited trunks card, that limited card. That's maybe the most risky purchase I've ever made in my entire collectibles history, was buying that card at the price that I paid.
What did you pay for it?
$2,300.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've bought
Shipped.
5 cards at that price.
Yeah.
And I think they've all been good. So
you bought one?
I've bought 5 cards at around that price.
Oh, yeah.
Which was 2 of the Gokus, the Super Saiyan 3s.
Yeah.
2 of the Vegetas, and 1 of the Cell Saga Gokus too. And
the trunks I'm getting, I'm hoping is going to be a BGS 9, but probably it's going to be like an 8.5. So it's not even like a 9.5 or 9, unfortunately. But it's the best condition one I've seen in 6 months of looking. And I saw 2 worse condition ones sell for $2,300 in the past 6 months. So I was like, I'm just going to do it. I know someone else is going to bid this up if I wait.
I would have.
Yeah. Offered him full price immediately. Just got the deal done.
Yeah. I think I looked at that one. I didn't buy it, but I would have.
Yeah. It was on Facebook, that one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I was thinking of a different one then. But yeah. Boxes. You have limited and unlimited. They have a sticker. Like I mentioned, like Metazoo, Score did this. They have the sticker inside, along with their Score wrapping as well. But what are these boxes selling for now? Because again, when I was doing this early on, I can do a rundown
for people if they want on prices.
Yeah. So for these boxes, Saiyan Saga, they were always available. 6 years ago, I could buy them for $100, $50 a box, limited, unlimited. Now, I actually could find
Pokemon. How much was our unlimited base set Pokemon boxes 6 years ago?
For me, they were
$500.
Well, no. Now 6 years ago, I think they were 1,000.
They were already 1,000. Okay, but if we compare it, $1,000 to 30,000, it's a 30 times increase, right, for unlimited base. If we compare this times 30, it would be at 3,000, and it's not at 3,000. So these have not grown as much as Pokemon. So we need to be. This is why it's important to, like, those numbers sound staggering, but like $100 was not that little, because for 1,000 you could buy unlimited base for Pokemon. So this was like 1/10 the price of unlimited base. And now it's way less than 1/10 the price is the point that I want. That's important. But I think that yes, these have gone up a lot in the last 5 to 6 years. They've gone up a lot in the last 6 to 8 months. Not as much as Pokemon. I would say we've seen a tripling in value on average of most cards. Some cards have gone up quite a bit more. The booster part of the issue too is these are much rarer than Pokemon, so they don't come up as much. So they don't have as regular of sales. And you see people kind of FOMOing more on these, like, and probably well overpaying what anyone else was willing to pay at the time. Like I saw a couple of Saiyan Saga booster boxes go for $2,600. That's very high, right? The Saiyan Saga booster boxes were going, when I was buying them, for about, I think I bought 2 at $250 unlimited, and then I bought 1 limited at $400.
That was high for me. Like I was shocked when they were at that price.
Yeah, and then they went up to about, I think realistically we're talking like for unlimited, we're probably talking like 600 to 1,000 now, and for limited, we're talking maybe 800 to 1,200. Now, interestingly, with limited in Saiyan Saga, limited versus unlimited in Saiyan Saga matters the least for any of the sets because it just isn't as hard to get limited. In fact, in some cases, it almost seems
it's hard. Yeah, my experience is I've seen way less unlimited boxes.
Yeah. The rest, it's completely the other way. So so it's very important when you're paying up for limited that it's worth it on the other sets. It's not worth it on Saiyan Saga if you're paying a much larger premium. It's probably more should be like a 20 to 40% premium rather than a double to triple, which you're seeing on some of these other sets. Yeah. So then we have Saiyan Saga. Then we have Frieza Saga, which is the second to third, most desirable, expensive set. Then we've got Trunks, which do you have a Trunks box? I forget.
No, I just have this.
Yeah. So, and I don't have a Trunks either. It's the only one that either of us don't have, which should tell you.
I have to bite the bullet and buy that unlimited unless someone does it before I do after this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like the type of thing where someone's going to buy for 25 and then when's the next one going to come up? I don't know. So, and I've talked to some people and I've heard through like Swami actually had a friend who had some in a storage, and I've talked to some other people, and I talked to the guys at the Score Company, and I talked to some guys, some of the bigger holders in Australia where a lot of the product seems to be. And they were telling me kind of what they have roughly. And it just is always less Trunks and almost no limited Trunks. Yeah. And the three ones that they never seem to have are Lost Episodes it seems to be the one that nobody ever has, which is the last ever released. That's the Dragon Ball GT. For free, and then Trunks limited, and then Frieza limited. And then I also I've heard Fusion, but I don't agree. I see a lot of Fusion, so I don't think that's right.
Fusion's been one I've seen more consistently than others.
There's so much. At least there's so many of the cards that it seems hard to believe that that one's, and we've also seen a bunch of Fusion limited boxes. And by a bunch, I mean 3 in 8 months. Unlike Pokemon, where you see like.
Well, Fusion, I think I bought 3 or 4 in the past 8 months.
Oh, you have 3 or 4 limited?
I think I only have 1 now because I sold them. Yeah, I only have 1 now. I've never found unlimited Fusion.
Yeah.
I've only found limited.
I have an unlimited Fusion, I think.
Oh. I sold 2 to Steve Aoki.
Maybe not. I don't know. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, Steve Aoki's in on it, guys. Yeah. Yeah. So okay. So then we have Trunks, which we talked about. Then Android. And do you have Cell and World?
I have. I'm trying. Where's my? I have a limited Android Saga. I don't know where it is, but I have. Again, we went over it: the 10-pack and the 12-pack, and then I have a limited somewhere. And then Cell and Cell Games. These are both limited.
Someone's saying he has Lost Episode singles and no one wants them. Well, I want them if they're foil. If they're not foil, I don't. The thing about DBZ so far is if they're not foil, they don't have much value unless they're like a limited personality card. And then if they're a limited personality card, particularly if it's a rare, it can have some value, but we're only talking like $5 to $10, maybe $20. I see some going for maybe $30 now, whereas all the money is very top heavy right now in the ultra rares and in the personalities, but that could change over time if there becomes more popular. We've got Cell Saga, the best box in my opinion.
This is my favorite set. This is the set I opened 700 packs of. I had a distributor case of.
Dude, I wish I knew you back then, man. Oh my.
Dude, I wish. I found a guy with 5 of them. He had 3,500 packs, and I got one of them I paid 50 cents a pack, and I opened every single one with my brothers.
This is why you have to buy Metazoo now. Oh no, wait, Metazoo's already $3,000. Never mind, too late.
And I wish I bought the other ones, but
yeah.
Then Cell Game Saga, again, another one that I found found less limited than or less unlimited than limited.
I think I had 2 unlimited of boxes of that.
Yeah, I need to get unlimited. So yeah. And then what came after that? Cell Games. Then came World Games, right? So we have World Games, which this is the one set that I have seen probably the most of outside of Saiyan Saga.
Yep.
But also seen the least of the ultra rare Goku from this set.
Exactly. You nailed it.
Yeah, which is weird.
So the pit cone also is not that easy to find, but you see so much more of that than you see the Goku the Galaxy Hero, which is like, it just never comes up. I should buy it, but
yeah, it's so hard.
Money. It's so expensive.
It's so hard. And then this is probably one of the most sought after sets because of who's on the cover here. Babidi Saga with Maj and Vegeta.
I'm a fan of Babidi. I like that set.
Yeah, I think Maj and Vegeta is pretty well known to be a favorite character amongst most DBZ fans. And the ultra rares from that set are just way too cool. So
yeah,
I have a lot of them.
And now, so there's another lesson here, which is full foil versus half foil. There's a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Does that happen here? Is that when that when this started?
It happens. It's a little bit easier to tell though on the Goku, where we might want to show it because of the hair. But
okay. So
basically, these cards come in full foil or half foil. Full foil basically just means that the whole card is foiled over. Half foil, there are parts of the card that aren't foiled, parts of the art card, and the full foil is worth more money.
It's like hollow bleed, essentially.
It's a little bit like Yu-Gi-Oh with the wavy and the not wavy. It's it's these types of things.
So I have this Majin Vegeta. I only have a full foil unlimited. As you can see, his whole body is super shiny. And then the half foil, it's not. It's just
it's just on the the enemy lines.
Yeah.
I love the foiling that they do.
Yeah, I actually like this one better because it looks like he's turning Super Saiyan.
Yeah.
And this one is, I get it. But, all right.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the Goku. You have the Goku, right?
Yeah. I have a half.
All of mine are half.
Okay.
Both of my limited and my one unlimited. They're all
so this
half.
is the full foil. This is the pop one. Only one.
Pop one. 9.5 Gen Mint
full foil.
Unlimited full foil.
Yeah, so you can see on the hair. It's shiny.
Yeah.
It's hard to do it justice here, but
which is pretty sweet on that card. And I'm upset because one of these Gokus I bought was supposed to be full foil and it wasn't. But I wasn't about to return it, so yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, and that's from the Boo Saga set. And then we have so we have Boo, and then we have Kid Boo and Fusion to round it out.
I do have two. One of them's open though, slightly, like they slit the side.
And then the other thing to talk about, which I have somewhere, are the trophies, but I have just one right here. This is one of the more expensive ones.
That's like that I would compare it to like being the illustrator, where it's more widely known as like the trophy card in Dragon Ball Z, but it's not the rarest. Yeah,
I would say that who knows how many of these there are. I would be shocked if there were only 39, given how many I've seen.
Yeah, there's quite a few more. And
I would guess, I don't even want to guess. I actually have no idea. But I've seen this year, I think I've seen 6. Yeah. Something like that. So
and like when you jump, it's the trophy card in DBZ that once you get into DBZ, it's the first one you find. It's like the poster child of trophies, I guess, for Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, so people are asking questions like, yes, it goes Score DBZ, and then Panini is like a reprint of sorts of Score. It doesn't have the best arts in it. It doesn't have the ultra rares, or most of the ultra rares, but it has some of them.
Yeah, and the cards are a little bit more flimsy.
Yeah. And then you have Dragon Ball GT, and I can show you guys those.
Well, no, we had the Boo sagas.
Yes.
Which
Kid Boo and Boo, which is where the
Super Saiyan 3 Goku is. So the limited version of this box is super expensive. And then Dragon Ball GT, which I personally don't like very much, but still have some of the boxes.
Hatred, unnecessary hatred towards the GT.
Well, if you're a hardcore DBZ fan like I am, you'd hate it too. I actually need a Shadow Saga.
These are what some of the, and I can show you guys the foiling pattern. There's what's called alternate foils. See if it picks it up here. It's a very cool looking foil pattern on the alts.
Versus the normal foil is very flat.
Yeah, it's not really showing it well,
But the cool thing also about GT is they had God packs, so you could get a full pack of all alt foils. And I actually opened one once because back in the day, these Super 17 boxes in the limited edition ones, you could buy for $25. So whenever I wanted to open something, I would buy a couple of them and just open them. But now they're a couple hundred or a few hundred.
And here's one of the chase cards from GT.
Super Saiyan 4 Goku.
Super Saiyan 4 Goku Ultra Rare. And then we have Lost Episodes. This is one of the Ultra Rares from Lost Episodes. This is the Lost Episodes. The Lost Episodes booster boxes, like, I just don't find them. I think the last one that I know of is Nick has.
Yeah.
I don't know of any other limited edition ones. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's the rundown. So I think we should probably wrap up for today.
I'm starving, but yeah.
And get some food. Any questions or anything for us on that before we end? And I will make a video kind of detailing things a little bit more and going into it eventually. We'll make one together or something. We'll see.
Once you finish your collection, it's probably too late now.
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of been talking about it the whole time. We shouldn't have said anything, earlier on.
Yeah, honestly.
But
it was a small enough market that small YouTubers actually impacted it, I think.
Probably. But when I like something, I have a hard time not talking about it.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
All right, guys. Well, on the way out, if you can do me a favor and please like and subscribe to the channel if you are not. Like the video and subscribe. That would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to give a big thank you to John for hanging out today with us.
Hey, thanks for having me, man. I appreciate it. It was a great talk. It's well overdue.
Yes. Yeah.
So,
yeah, hopefully too, you Squeaks and I too can sit down and talk about some stuff too. In the future. And maybe I'll have Squeaks on as well soon onto one of these. I think that would be fun too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thing.
But yeah, join our Discord and you'll get to talk with us more. It's fun and enjoyable. Great community. So check that out. I think the Discord links in like my collectible conversation videos and possibly all of Squeak's videos. But yeah, thanks for having me, man.
You're welcome to. We did 4 hours. Pretty good.
Longest one yet?
Longest one yet, I would say.
Awesome.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for hanging out with us, and we'll have another video for you guys shortly, and we'll see you all next Sunday. All right. Let me just
You good?